Sneaky crafty.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Carl. It was interesting having bloody find the curve on there, wasn't it?
Oh, I've still got slide 22 up.
Where's my
Yes.
video?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, slide. No, leave slide 22.
I'll leave slide 22 up.
Yeah.
I
forgot
saw
I-
you stirring the hell out of Dell. Poor Dell didn't know if he was coming or going.
Where? When? How? Why?
Oh, in Jose, was it Jose's? Oh no, it was in Debate Flat Earth and More. Dell came into the live chat, and Carl came into the live chat and started having a big poke at him.
Yeah, Carl said he was poking the bear.
Oh, yeah.
It was awesome.
He wants a place on Earth where the moon is directly overhead. He seems to think it should be directly overhead at all times in the globe model. What, directly overhead of everybody all at the same time?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Have I got the right zoom key? I mean, not the zoom key, the
Stream key.
stream key. I'll try it again.
YouTube has been playing silly bug
It says
about aeroplanes.
Airplanes, yes, and
Oh.
radar.
No, thank you.
And what else?
Cars.
There's nothing wrong with talking about aeroplanes.
Mom, are you finished yet? I need to go.
It's not streaming with
Particularly
that
if they've
stream
got
key,
lots of
Alan.
extra daka.
What the heck is going on? It says live.
Yeah.
Well, it's not coming through YouTube.
No.
I know it says waiting for Alan Evans.
All right. It's not live in YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't have an option to stream settings.
I used that key.
Oh, it was the same cheeky.
I used the same stream key. I'll try again.
You're live, Terry.
No.
I can see you.
It says waiting for
No.
Alan Evans.
No, waiting for Alan Evans.
It can't make up its mind because when I look at the no, that's gone back.
I'll refresh it.
It's gone back. It's gone back now.
Okay, if I open up a different YouTube session, there was a thumbnail showing you were live, and I can now see.
Yeah, that's the stream key I used.
So
What the hell's going on?
the thumbnail you've got on, doesn't say waiting for Alan Evans on the actual thumbnail, does it?
No.
No, it definitely says waiting for me now. Yet right. I'm going to try ending stream and
I
then
think we've gone all quantum.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened here. I haven't done anything else.
Parallel universes.
You're live,
We've gone
but
down
you're
the
live.
wrong browser leg of time. That's what it is. Okay, I'll go with that live stream and not this live stream. I'm not that one.
Yeah, I'm not fussed. I've got the same one going, and
That's
I
weird.
refreshed it.
Hey,
I got
so,
an
Terry-
error. I got an error occur on mine.
Yeah. So the one I just typed in, you need to close that one.
Okay, we'll try this one then.
Right.
How's that one?
Hang on. I'll get a
I'm
link.
confused with it.
okay, now that's really weird because that now seems like I had two streams up.
Yes, you did.
How's that one?
How did I manage that?
Okay. I'll go
So
with
we're
it.
on the Alan Evans live stream, not
Yes,
that it's my
Terry.
birthday stream.
You should have a test pattern.
I just said
Yes.
the test pattern's up, Terry.
Okay,
Yes. That's the Alan Evans live stream.
and now you should have a timer. So if everything's working on my end,
The one that wasn't working was the It's My Birthday, so let's have some
Yep.
fun. That didn't work. But the Alan Evans live stream is working.
Timer's up.
Oh, Yes, because
Because you're all trying to bloody stream at the same time.
I know it's studios. YouTube's gone a bit funny because you know how you can have a standby stream ready to go.
No, you hit live, you're live straight away. Apparently, Team Skeptic said you don't get
Yeah.
a choice to wait.
Yeah, but there's that, and then there's the pre-booked one that I pre-booked. Well,
Schedule.
apparently it's applying the stream keys to the wrong stream.
Okay.
Look, we're live now, so it's all fixed.
It just says never cross the streams.
Too late. I think we did. We went down the wrong trouser leg.
Oh, let somebody in.
So what might this be?
Carl.
Well, it was a spur of the moment decision
Happy
to do
birthday,
this
Alan.
live stream, so it doesn't matter if we've got a couple of technical difficulties.
Oh dear, never mind.
You're not muted, Carl, but we can't hear you if you're trying to speak.
Testing.
Oh, there you are.
There you go.
There you are.
Happy birthday, Alan.
Thank you very much, Carl.
I have to sit this out because my brain's still dripping from Dell. It was fun, I have to admit.
Yeah, have to start using their logic straight back on them.
Well, the thing is, he keeps going on about making people dance. So if you go back and say, well, who's dancing now? It kind of throws him off.
Ask him to do a Highland fling the next time.
Yeah. Yeah, or ask him, are you prepared to waltz with another man?
A sword dance, that's another good one.
Ooh.
Whoa, wait. The sort of two men doing a sword dance brings very strange images to mind.
I'm seeing a urinal and crossing the streams again.
Yeah.
The sword dance is actually a Highland dance. Wait, let's see if I can find it. I used to be able to do it.
Trillian was having a fit over Dell as well.
Seems I've missed some fun.
Just a bit.
Oh. Dragon have just released 3 new model kits. Apollo 17, Apollo 11 and the ISS. Oh, 1/72nd scale. No, that's too small for an Apollo, for a lunar lander. Now you're going to get all the detail in that. 54 quid for that? Sod off. Yeah, what's the ISS? Oh, the ISS is minute. It's 1/400 scale.
My goodness.
That's going to be tiny. I mean, that's only going to be sort of, I don't know, 5 or 6 inches long, something like that. That doesn't do it justice at all.
I was going to say, I'd have thought 1/44 scale would have been like the optimum, wouldn't it? I mean, that,
Yeah, it would.
I mean, you know, because I don't think the ISS is as big as, say, Tirpitz or Bismarck or the Hood.
No.
And I've seen how big the 1/44 scale models of those ships are. And that's the sort of size I would want a model of the ISS to be.
Yeah, same here. Oh, the Apollo 17 is a bit more. It's £63 because you get a lunar rover with it. But at 1/72nd scale, it's going to be tiny. See, if I was going to make plastic kits of that, I want them to be big and I want them to have lots of etched brass detail and everything else because otherwise there's no point.
No.
That's a disappointment.
Yeah, I've been on at Rosie to get me the Lego Saturn V, Apollo 11 Saturn V.
Oh yes, that's quite large, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's good because that's like it's about the same size. I think that's about the same size as the Airfix kit, isn't it? About a metre tall.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh dear, just the box art gives you some idea of just how undetailed it is. I mean, that's just I bet that's a reboxing of somebody else's older kit.
I'm saying, can we go live? And I'm muted. Can we go live now? Jeez, no wonder no one can hear me when I always mute myself. Well, I've got to make a coffee.
Terry, are you muted?
Well, I was making a coffee, and you just don't like to hear me
thought we
making
were
all those
live.
water sounds.
Correct.
So, what are we doing here? What's happening?
I don't know. This is Alan's party.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. Talent party.
Yeah.
So, welcome
Okay.
everybody. Thank you all for joining me. It's very nice for you to all be here. Yeah, I mean, I just thought we'd have a general, not normal streaming day, little bit of a chat and the general.
Fair enough.
You know, a general laugh about whatever's going on in the world.
There's an idiot in charge of the states. Lots of people are dying from a virus, and the world's going to hell in a handcart. But other than that, you got to laugh, haven't you? You got to laugh because if you don't, you're fucking crying.
I've got hankies left over from Chris yesterday. Plenty of hankies. I kept offering them to him yesterday because he was crying and whining.
Yeah. So, what have I missed? What have I missed in the last day or so that I should have seen?
Yeah.
Right the hand got booted from Jose's channel permanently again. As did Brandon Toy
for being a dick.
For completely being a dick. Yes, him and Erebus were having a back and forth, and Right the Hand had claimed that he didn't know what electromagnets were. He didn't know what electric motors were. Yeah. Well, it's still part of his stupid argument style, isn't it? He didn't know what electric motors were. And Erebus said, well, I actually happen to have the simplest form of electromagnet here now. I've got a battery, some wire, and a nail. And he was going, oh, you can't tell me that's an electromagnet. What's an electromagnet, you know?
Everett Anderson did a really good video of it.
Yes, that covers it quite nicely. But Erebus was calling him a liar. And Right the Hand was saying, you can't tell me what's in my head. You can't say that I'm a liar by looking into my head, because I could look into your head and I can see that you like little boys.
Oh.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. And Jose, I don't think Jose was particularly paying attention because he missed it, and somebody brought it to his attention, so he dropped out. Obviously, rewound the video and watched it and went, "Yeah, Right the Hand, you're out of here, you're banned." And then Right the Hand immediately recorded his own little video, saying pretty much the same thing again. That you know, Erebus can look into his head and say he's a liar. He can look into Erebus's head and see that he likes little boys and that he's a paedophile and yeah, Everett Anderson has done. So if you want to play that, Everett Anderson has done a little video this morning that goes over it quite nicely.
Yeah, even to the point of having Right the Hand's video on there. So he essentially he puts his he puts his foot in it, as Right the Hand always does, by confirming exactly what he said on Jose's stream.
And he was in a series of direct messages over Discord to Jose. He was threatening. He was sort of saying that he was going to get Jose's channel taken down, get his Discord banned, blah 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 blah. It's quite ridiculous, really.
What's this sword?
And then not long we had Professor Phil was having a bit of a back and forth in the side chat with Brandon Toy, and out of nowhere Brandon said, "So when did you become a cross-dresser?"
I banned.
And it was like, when the bloody hell did that come from? And Jose said, "No, not having that either. You're banned."
Well, I typed in, "Oi, Brandon, watch it, or Lace of the Cheek or something. Watch the insult."
Yeah, but it was apropos of
ages to find it though.
Yeah, but it was, they were just having a back and forth, and Phil, Professor Phil was asking him perfectly legitimate questions, and he asked, I can't remember what the question was, but he said something, and then the next thing Brandon came up with was asking him when he first became a cross-dresser. It's like, what?
It's the new and ultimate flat Earth tactic, isn't it? I
Yeah.
can't win this argument, so I'm just going to insult you.
And yet they're the first to accuse us of making ad hom attacks, and it's like, no, that wasn't an ad hom. That was an insult. You don't know the difference between the two. So yeah, it was a bit eventful.
So what could we give Alan for his birthday here? We got any memes or videos or pictures?
Is Milkman down at the Highland Games?
They
I've
said
been-
they have Highland Games every New Year's Day where he is.
As you know, Alan, I've been going through my kids' toys and I found something that could help explain flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Can't quite make it out.
Wait a minute, I'll make
Oh,
you
it's a
I'll
big-
make you bigger.
Very one. Yeah, I can see that now.
Yeah.
There
It
you
makes
go.
a noise too.
Yeah.
It
Oh, cool.
sounds like
Yeah.
it sounds like Tinkerbell.
There you go. So
He
need something explained on flat Earth? Just it shall be done.
Yeah, okay.
Oh dear, I like that. So
That's
is that a magic wand pre Harry Potter?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Because now there are all these silly carved wooden things.
I think it's a Disney princess magic wand.
Ah, yes.
Of the sort that the kids used to like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
that's
I said,
right.
before Harry Potter came along and ruined everything.
I don't know. I think it depends on how old they are.
Okay, Dumbledore's wand.
Well, back then your magic wand had to have flashing lights and make a sound. Nowadays, you just stick you put a stick in a box and call it something, and the kids go, "Oh, I'll have to pay $30 for that."
Yeah. You want a magic wand? Hang on, I'll just go and snap you one off the nearest tree. There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's I can remember Rosie having a magic wand very similar to that. I believe it also had loads of big pink feathers stuck to it too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Stewie. Newton's broken one.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, growing up, being a boy, I wasn't interested in wands. I was interested more esoteric.
I'm glad you
things
grew up being a boy. That's good.
yeah, like guns. But of course, living on the farm, we didn't have toy guns. It was like we had air rifles and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
And shotguns. Good, clean, honest fun. Here, I've got a 12 bore.
Yeah.
I like Irish Stew's comment, is that Newton's broken wand.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh no, he snapped the wand.
yeah.
Better go and get another one then. Go down to whatever shop it was. I don't know. Not a Harry Potter fan, to be honest.
Magic wands are black with white tips.
Yeah.
Hey, wanders.
Rosie from when she was about 7, 8, with standing with a black lab and a 410 shotgun.
Yep. Sounds about right.
My old man had one of those a side by side 410-22. So if you missed it with one, you had to go with the other one.
Yeah, 2 barrels are useful for that sort of thing. Bugger, bang! I got it.
But the 22, you miss it with the 22, and then the rabbit starts running. You hit it with the 410, you're guaranteed to hit the bloody thing. Then
I also found something else that I could use while I'm having discussions with flat earthers.
oh look, it's chemo debating.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Every time I hammer a point home, you know.
Oh dear. Oh, actually, I think the one thing we had most fun with on the farm was just a box of matches.
I don't know if that'll be sure.
And a jerry of diesel.
Can that be seen through YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Well, I'm saying it's not up yet. I'm on.
He'll get there.
I don't know if I can do it that way. I might have to do it the other way.
I can just see Gravity's picture
Oh, okay.
in
So
the main.
it doesn't work that way. Okay.
No.
I'll have to do it the other way.
Yeah. For me, the most fun time of the year was after harvest.
Yeah.
When
When
you'd
it
done a
was
little bit
allowed,
of bailing,
Bill.
you'd cultivated the headlands, and Dad said, "We've just got to wait for the wind to blow in the right direction." Then he'd just say, "Right, go on, set light to it." 40 acres of straw goes whoosh.
Away from Mum's washing.
Well, yeah. Fortunately, we were outside of the village, and our main constraint was it mustn't be blowing towards the house, and it mustn't be blowing towards the main road. But as long as it was blowing in the opposite direction and steadily, not a changeable wind, then I literally, the pitchfork would be waiting somewhere, handily nearby, and Dad would just call me over and reverently lay the box of matches in my hand, and off you go. Thanks, Dad.
So we used to do that because of where we lived with our farm. We backed onto a reserve, so it was all. I was probably about 15 acres of creek frontage. That it was all natural bush and stuff like that. So what Dad used to do is he'd get us to go down to the creek side to start the fire line there, and he'd go up near the house and start the fire up there at the same time. And the signal was the beep of the horn on the tractor.
Yeah.
And that way the fire would meet in the middle and put itself out, nice and controlled. But the best thing about it was all of the animals running, all the rabbits and mice and rats and everything just running out of the straw and grass in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, the way we generally did it was we'd wait until the wind was blowing diagonally across the field, and you walk along the two edges. So you if the wind's blowing from sort of west to east in a roughly diagonal way, then you light the western edge and the southern edge, and you literally just light one row of straw. You light the end of it, and you just drag that burning straw along behind you with a pitchfork or something. And you basically walk the two edges of the field, and behind you that fire is spreading. But that means you've got two open ends of field to give all of the anything that's trapped inside, they can run out and escape.
Yeah.
What was annoying was when you was combining a field and you got down to that last strip of corn, and that's the one that contains all the hares, and the hares are hiding in the corn, and they see the combine coming. And because they're not particularly bright creatures, what they would do is just run in front of the combine. They wouldn't have the intelligence to run out to one side.
Yep.
And quite often Dad would say, right, come on, you drive the combine, I've got the shotgun. And he would step, because the combine didn't have a cab, it wouldn't fit in the barn. So I'd be driving the combine. Dad would be standing next to me with a 12 bore, waiting to shoot the hare. And you've got to be sort of quick enough, if he catches the hare, to stop the combine, because combines don't like ingesting hares. It makes a mess. And once or twice, as the hare starts to move about, you just hear duck. And you're driving the combine, but you're crouched down as low as you can so that Dad doesn't take the top of your bloody head off. Oh, the joys of growing up on a farm.
I had to give Blue a bit of a tan on that one.
Oh, yeah.
He was very grey.
How stupid can you be? Hold my beer. Do like that one. Lurkio's actually Lurkio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Ooh, madam.
What was that? Was up Pompeii, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
I was fortunate because my parents never watched Monty Python.
I don't think mine did actually.
So I didn't get to see
Mine
it.
either.
But they did watch that. He did watch that, and I was allowed to see it, even if it was on after the time I was supposed to have gone to bed by.
Yeah, I don't My parents had the sort of the sense of humour for Monty Python, but I don't think they ever actually watched it. But anything similar to that afterwards, yes, they watched. And I remember me dad coming home from the pub one night. I wasn't very old at all. Neither me and my brother were very old. And he'd come home with some copies of some Kevin Wilson tapes. And said, "You can here, let's stay up for a bit and listen to some of these. I think you might like it, you know. Santa Claus and all the rest of it." And yeah, so they had the right sense of humour.
We need one of them.
Can't you just program one of the function keys to say that? F10, won't you?
Yeah. No. Better not make it F10. Better make it sort of F6 or F7. One of the ones that we don't really use very much. It's not really used for anything else.
You got to be careful because I use a lot of function keys in AutoCAD. F12. I don't think I use that for anything.
F12 is used a lot.
Is it?
I save my Photoshop stuff with F12.
I think there's something standard on F12 in Photoshop.
Yeah,
there's standard on F12 in
Save Image As.
And don't F10, F11, and F12 do full screen and stuff in I don't know, Chrome.
Oh,
Sure.
Really?
The last three F keys do something in Chrome as well.
I must admit, I mainly use F3 and F8. F8 turns orthographic on and off. F3. Oh God, now I can't remember what I use F3 for.
Got it, Paul. I got it. Sorry. No, maybe not.
What,
No.
JL?
Yeah, it's probably not though. No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Forget it.
Yes, it's not John Lithgow.
No, it's not her.
No, it's not John Lithgow.
It's not.
It's not Laura Croft's. It's not Laura Croft's real dad out the first two films.
I just came across Joseph Lister, but it's not him.
Nope.
The only Lister that's really important is Dave.
Yeah.
That other Lister's not important at all.
Dave and Arnold.
They're all dead, Dave. Let's see what happens when I Google Lister. What's the first thing that comes up? Bollocks. That's not right. It's the Lister Community School. Then it's Joseph Lister. Where's Dave? Come on. Where's Dave Lister? He's not even on there.
It's not a real person.
What? Cloister the Stupid?
Yeah, I've just finished rewatching the whole series, Farmers. So
All of them.
Yeah, all
Bloody
seasons. Yeah.
I still say about seasons. I would say seasons 4, 5, and 6. And I think it was season 7 when the two chaps writing it sort of broke up, and then it all started going downhill in my mind. But at their peak, sort of series 4 and 5, maybe 6, it was absolutely the funniest thing on TV.
Yeah, I didn't mind the Back to Earth series.
It was all right, but the whole thing's like when they go back in time. They're going back in time looking for a curry and end up with Kennedy, and the whole Kennedy assassination thing.
When they traipse all across Europe to find a lemon.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, all of it.
And meet Jesus.
Yeah, but even when Crichton becomes human, and he says, "Oh, my nipples don't work." Oh, what do you mean don't work? And he says, "Right, recharging. I think I found the socket." But no matter how hard I try, the lead won't stay in. And then he gets off into the double Polaroids.
Yeah.
I mean, those episodes were absolutely brilliant. Oh dear.
We have a casual spaceman in the side chat.
That's Space Matt.
Or a Matt.
Hang on.
Space Matt.
In his honour, I've got half a chocolate biscuit left. Hang on.
Did you ever watch the Strangerers? farmers?
Hang on a minute, mate. I'm eating.
Mm.
Morning, Matt. How's it going? It's very nice. I'll be with you. I just got to finish it off.
Yeah, morning, Matt.
Yeah, morning, Matt. Oh, yeah, spit a bit out of the desk. Hang on. Right, sorry, where were we? Yeah. The Stranger Errors. Which one was the Stranger Errors?
That was a spin-off from Red Dwarf that made by the same people, I think.
Never heard of it.
It was
quite funny. It's about three vegetable-based aliens that come down and land on Earth, and right from the word go, their commander gets run over by a truck and killed, and they drag his dead body around, and it's very funny.
I'll have to make a note of that. See if I can follow.
If you have a chance, follow it up. Yeah, it's quite funny.
No, I like weird stuff like that. So yeah, that sounds a bit like the opening episode of every episode of Police Squad, where the special guest star gets killed and you never see them again.
Yeah.
Of course, I also Blackadder as well.
Oh,
it's the other.
No, I was never keen on that.
I would say my personal favourite is the second series.
Well, 2 and 4.
Followed by the fourth, then the third, and then the first. Because the first series, I think they knew they hadn't quite got the formula right.
I am really glad that I didn't see the first series until after I'd watched this. And in fact, the first series was the last series of the lot that I ever watched.
I think the first series was also crippled by the fact that for many years they weren't allowed to repeat it because I think Brian Blessed wouldn't let them.
Yeah.
I think it was Brian Blessed. Yeah, I'm sure it was. But he wasn't keen on it being reshown because I don't think he was particularly proud of it.
Like Lewis, what's his name? And the Professionals, the one that went on to be a bit of a big TV star rather than the one that didn't.
Oh, yeah,
Martin Lewis. No,
was it Martin?
Martin Shaw,
one with the curly hair.
Shaw. Yeah, the one with the curly hair.
Yeah,
he didn't like it being reshown because he wasn't super keen on being associated with too much with it after he started getting big in other series, I think.
But I think when they made the changes between Blackadder 1 and 2, they really nailed it down because obviously in Blackadder was the stupid dense one, and Baldrick was the clever one, always coming up with the schemes, but the schemes that actually worked. And although it was funny when they made the switch in Blackadder 2, and it was Baldrick who was that I have a cunning plan, and it was always crap. And Blackadder was
a turnip and a potato.
Yeah, exactly. When they made that change, I think they'd finally hit the nail on the head and got it right because they, obviously they kept with that for 3 seasons.
Yeah. Has anyone guessed the name? Has anyone guessed the name of that person yet?
Yeah, they're getting close.
Got the second name, I think.
If you do the internal chat thing inside here, I got the second name, not the first name, the second name.
Me too.
And Stewie's not close. He's close, but not close enough.
Why don't I?
Yeah, that's the person, Terry.
Yeah.
Why don't I send this from Terry in the group chat?
What'd you do?
Yeah, I could. Terry, are you messaging Paul directly?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's why we can't see.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, what's going on about? He hasn't posted anything.
Yeah.
Got it now.
Well, that wouldn't be fair, would it?
Well, this wouldn't be on point, would it?
Oh, Spooky, you got to guess the name of the scientist, mathematician, or whatever he is, avatar.
That black and white mugshot with initials JL.
That right, Paul?
That is correct.
Yeah, but what's his first name, Pip?
I put it out to Paul. I sent it to Paul.
I thought
Yeah.
that was a ZZ Top album.
I
It's
can
the right first thing that I
I
sent
can
the
see
first
it
time.
says from Pip to everyone here.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I sent another one to Paul.
I did give a clue to the first name, but it's sort of like my caps lock got stuck on and I mistyped it a bit.
Okay.
But it still gives you a clue.
Okay.
I said the name already, haven't I? The first name. Said it earlier on.
Oh, and a shout out to Matt Casual. He passed his ETO written exam and practical assessment on Sunday. I can officially crew an emergency ambulance. Well, at least until the 31st of December. Well, well done.
December. Okay.
Very well done,
Good
Matt.
job.
Congratulations.
Yep, that's the one.
So you can't drive it, but you can tell everyone where to go.
Oh, I can still tell everyone where to go.
Oh, Jimmy.
I could have sworn that was a ZZ Top album. Maybe it's a
There you go.
Well,
9
it's,
o'clock here. I got it. Joseph Louis Lagrange.
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 There's a ZZ
Yeah.
Top song, wasn't it? Yeah.
I thought it
Famous
was.
for
Just having a look
inventing
at that.
Lagrangian mechanics, and the Lagrange points in orbit are named after him.
That's why I said, is this on point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Terry. He can tell people where to go. Go to that hospital.
Yeah. Don't bleed here. Go and bleed over there. It's from their 73 album, Tres Hombres. I ain't got that one.
Right, Lagrange or something.
Yeah, Lagrange.
So
Oh,
if I didn't know,
You hear that
It's all
song?
about a brothel.
That was an amazing song the other day. Did you see the link to it? Oh my god! Why have I never heard it before?
Oh, what the
Sound
cover?
of Silence. Oh my
Brilliant,
god!
isn't it?
Oh, I played it all day yesterday. I get goosebumps
What?
every time.
What's that? Sound of Silence?
Disturbed. Sound of
Oh no! Don't.
Oh my god, I love it.
I issued a fatwa against them for that
Oh
abomination
no,
of
it's
the cover.
10 times better than bloody Simon and Garfunkel.
No,
All right.
I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you there. You're wrong.
I've never felt like that about a song in my life before. Oh my god.
Apparently, even Paul Simon likes it.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's crap.
No, not at all.
The original Sound of Silence, where it's just the two of them and a guitar, and you try tracking that version down, the absolute original version of it is just one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. And then these Herberts came along and went, blah, 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 blah,
Oh
blah,
my
over
god, I love it.
No, it's awful. But there you go.
You've no bloody taste.
But then David Gilmour said he didn't mind the Scissor Sisters version of Comfortably Numb. So it just goes to show what he knows.
I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah, it's awful.
Quite like Scissor Sisters. So I ended up watching hours and hours of reacting to videos, like people reacting to songs that they'd never heard.
Oh,
Like
I've
couple of
I've
young
watched a lot
boys.
of those videos.
Never
Yeah,
heard Bohemian Rhapsody, for God's sake. I know you're young, but really?
there's a whole series of them of they're like school kids. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess they must be sort of 10, 11, 12, something like
You
that.
know, these guys are older, they're all tattooed.
And these particular ones, they're being played like rock music and grunge music, and one of them's going, "Oh yeah, my dad plays this on the radio all the time." And most of them are going, "Hey, this is pretty good. Why have I never heard this before?" You know, that's because you listen to the crap that's on the radio, aren't you?
Uh-huh. So I've now got a whole new playlist of songs that I forgot about. I've been going nuts.
But even the college kids, you know, when they're getting played sort of classic Stones and Led Zeppelin and stuff like that, and they're just like, "Wow, I've never heard this before." And it's like, how can you not have heard of this stuff before? And like you said, particularly, how can anybody not have heard Bohemian Rhapsody
Yep.
before?
I would like to know how they get away with doing these videos, because they're playing whole songs. And they've got like 500,000 subs.
Yeah, but they're generally talking over it all the time, aren't they? And
Not really. They're a
deconstructing
couple of times.
stuff.
Yeah, unless they do actually get permission. I mean, these these particular YouTube channels could be big enough that they can get hold of people and say, look, you know, we're doing another reaction video. We're going to be playing these clips of these kids. Boom, boom. Can we have, you know?
Yeah, you can pay for the rights.
Yeah.
All right,
If you pay for the rights, you can display them on your channel.
And I think these channels are big enough and make enough money
Yeah.
from views that they can do that sort of thing.
And then there are other smaller channels where people are playing their own compositions and having it claimed by copyright companies.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
apparently it's almost impossible to get the claim removed because YouTube won't tell the actual rights holder the name of the person who's claimed it.
Yeah. But for example, one of the series I've watched is on the YouTube channel that looks to be called FBE, which has 20.1 million subscribers. And I know this video is now just over 3 years old, but it has 10.8 million views, and it's kids reacting to Guns N' Roses. And I'm fairly certain I've seen that one before. Oh yeah, my mum sings this to my brother every night. He sounds like he has long hair.
First.
Right, is that actually gonna go out to YouTube?
Spooky wanted to know who.
Steve!
Yeah, Spooky wanted to know whose birthday.
Alan. Oh yeah, kids react to Nirvana. That's got 12 million views.
Well, I think Travis might be biting off more than he can chew at the moment.
Yeah.
He's had a bit of a poke at PhD Tony, and
Really?
yeah. So that will be interesting to see where that goes.
Is that the notification I got that Plain Truth uploaded
Possibly.
Spikismo makes PhD Tony sputter globerish or something?
Yeah. Doesn't go very long, Terry, but it's yeah. I think he's punching up in his weight, I think.
Shall we have a look? If it's,
Yeah, I'll grab it.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, so he has.
Is it the Plain Truth one uploaded? That's the one you're talking about.
Yes, that's it, Terry. Oh, he needs to get as much advertising as he can. He only got 39 views out of it. Six
I'd
thumbs
rather
up
an
and one
answer from
thumbs down.
Sir of how
Yeah.
we have two
Tell me about it.
opposing images and observations. One is the object over the horizon, one is the horizon behind the object, sir. How do we get the pipe behind the object?
I've been just a stepdaughter and sister since I was 4.
You are not moving the pipe. So what you are? So what you?
I've been just a stepdaughter and sister since I was 4.
And it is the most.
I've been just a stepdaughter and sister since I was 4.
What you are observing is refraction of a different character.
What kind of refraction is that?
Well, it's so.
I've been just a stepdaughter and sister
Not
since I was
starting.
4.
Oh, it's not starting.
Right.
It's had a positive and a negative
Oh, wait, yeah,
impact on my life.
I'd just like to point out that the Plain Truth video that we've just watched has the comments turned off.
Of course it has.
Don't get fucking reported. Pardon me.
Well, that's no good. Comments are turned off.
Well,
Tells you all you need to know. That he's put this out saying that he's stuttering when he's not, taking the piss out of him, and oops, I've turned the comments off so nobody can come back to him and tell him what they think of him.
Is the actual video still up?
the
yes,
video
I've-
is
yeah,
the
it's
video
set.
is still up right now.
I've just gone to his channel and there it is. It's got 8 upvotes. It's now got 2 downvotes because that's all you can do because the comments are turned off.
Oh no, there is something else you can do.
Report.
Little flag, targeted harassment. There's that
Oh,
one.
yes.
Hate speech or abusive content.
Um,
Not saying you have to.
hateful or abusive content.
Yeah.
Let's see. Choose one. Bullying. Could call it bullying.
Bullying? Yeah, that's bullying.
Okay. I'll go with that one.
Yeah. Better put the link in the side chat to that video so that we can all go over and do it.
Oh.
What am I clicking?
Copy.
I don't know which
Hateful or
video that was that he was in.
That was the
Sportivo
debate that
Meets Tony.
PhD Tony had with Spurs on
Oh,
bloody channel.
yeah. Okay. I was going to the wrong channel. I haven't got a link to that. If I don't know what the.
There you go. There's the link out in the side chat. Show Travis what you think about that. And let's be honest, like he was doing nothing more than using the correct word and thinking about the correct word to use so that the words couldn't be used against him,
Yeah.
as we all know chemo does.
I don't know what it is, but every time I try and follow a link that you post in the side chat,
Yeah, I don't like
I get
I don't
all-
like linking it from the Peanut Gallery. Mucks up me.
Well, if I paste it here, is it better for you, Alan? If I paste it there?
yeah, post try. Yeah, that's what I'm looking
Yeah,
at
but I
the
need
side.
it so I can play it. Because I want to play that actual section with him actually
That's
talking.
well, that's just the video that you just played, Terry.
Ah,
But it would probably be his last live stream. He took a clip out of it.
Yeah. I'm sure if you asked Tony what live stream it was, you'd be able to find out.
Report.
I mean, Tony's on record saying that he speaks slowly, takes his time, so shit doesn't come out his mouth.
Yeah.
Unlike others.
I guess that would be.
Oh,
I'm not there.
I'm not in.
Happy birthday calls, that's what that is.
Yeah.
No,
that'll have to be.
Happy birthday, Grandpa.
Where did that bloody happen? I'm trying to remember what channel it was.
His own. That looked like Travis's
Where's
background.
Tony when you need him?
Travis will have just given himself that background. Right. It wasn't. Agree to disagree.
No, but that's
'Cause
got
that was
flat,
A/B
that's on.
science.
Yeah, no, that's on Fight the Flat Earth's debate. Because if you look in the bottom corner later on, you can see Fight the Flat Earth's logo.
Okay. Let me find. Okay, like the tight shirt. God.
I find it quite comical that he says that like we know with a debate with Spurs chemo, when we all know what Spurs chemo is like, when you hold his feet to the fire and pin him to the wall.
Right.
He stumbles and stutters even more than that.
That's the one. Fight the Flat Earth, a PhD versus 3 Flat Earthers. Spurs chemo, try thinking of Brian's logic. Streamed on the 27th of June. That's the kiddie.
Now, he had the bit with the black swan image, so...
I don't think it's that one, though. There might be another one, because the...
Yeah, because this one... The
background screen's got Under No Pressure up on it. So it's got Spurs' actual channel showing, and it's almost like it's on one of those green mats that you stick on your desk.
I think it's that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It could be that one.
It's that one, because it shows Tony and the Under No Pressure. That's the one where they had all three. They had Spurs, Try Thinking, and good old Brian. Moyles is photograph.
It's been very quietly recently, thank God.
Yeah. That just happens to be where I was in the video at the time.
Yeah,
but
I
think it's
that's
that
the
one
there.
Yeah,
that's it there.
Because that's the one where he kept calling Tony Sir. Because we even heard that where he did Spurs kept calling him Sir. I'm sure that was done deliberately to wind him up.
Of course it was.
So do you think it was through that area there where he was bringing up the black swan?
Yeah, that's exactly the same background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at...
Would that logician agree with your interpretation?
I think they brought it up, but this looks different.
Yeah.
Well.
Refraction will bring the object over the object on the right and should do with the object on the left. But what we find is that if he were to pour the liquid on the object on the right, the horizon would move behind the object and the object wouldn't refract over.
Whose intellectual ability and intellectual honesty you respect, and just discuss this with them. It would. I think it would help. Multiple explanatory mechanisms, but what I don't think it does is falsify the concept of a spherical Earth. You claim that it does. I claim that it's not.
I'd need a screenshot to know if there was a Nathan Thompson on it or whatever. I'll go back.
Just give
I'll
me
have to go back out of it.
Give me a moment, Terry. Yeah. So, in particular, you're looking for, his scrolling thing at the bottom.
Got it right. I'll be back in a wee while.
Okay.
The scrolling thing has just gone and said Discord server with a whole heap of stars at the end of it, and you can still see Glass Monster up at the bottom.
Oh, it's got that pipe on the side. We were in the right section. Brings the pipe up into it. So we're on the right track there.
Cool.
But
yeah, so it's just after the two. Just after the two. Just after the two pictures of the oil refineries are there, and there's the cylinder with the liquid helium or whatever they poured over the empty cylinder to show the refractive properties of it with the plasticine behind it. So it's just that section onwards.
Okay.
No, they're keen. There's lots of cars going around the track. Let's see if I can find out what it actually is.
And is it likely to be one of those days where half the track is wet and half the track is dry?
Yeah, at the moment, quite easily.
Because with good old English showers, you can get that quite well, can't you? It'll rain across half the circuit.
Only tell you that what you just said makes no sense.
So what we've got
surveyors independent of this argument.
You have off Friday nights.
I'm sorry.
Refraction will bring the object over the object on the right and should do with the object on the left. But what we find is that if he were to pour the liquid on the object on the right, the horizon would move behind the object and the object wouldn't refract over the horizon. We've got this in reverse, sir. How do we explain that?
So, look, I can only tell you that what you just said makes no sense.
So what we've got, sir, is reverse. We've got horizon.
No, you don't understand. It's not the case that I don't understand what you're saying. It is the case that what you are saying doesn't make any sense. And you
Okay, what does the
repeating
picture on the right illustrate, sir?
make it make sense.
What is the point of the image on the right, sir? Why you demonstrated the image on the far right? What's the purpose of that, sir?
The purpose of the image.
On the right, sir. What are you demonstrating on the far right, sir?
Things can be refracted around the horizon.
Yes, so that was the purpose of that video, is to show that that light can, in appropriate circumstances, refract around obstructions.
We can't
so
see this.
You're showing that object can refract around a physical.
That was a good trick.
Yeah, we can hear it, but we can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
You might want to put it out to the
and
gallery as well.
I can't guess what's going around the circuit because it is apparently the 750 Motor Club weekend with 11 different formula of racing. So, a clue. Could be anything going around there.
It's cars, not bikes.
Oh, it's definitely cars. Yes.
So he could have spoke that section any time between that area there or back to where we are now, but
physical obstruction.
The light from an object can refract around a physical obstruction.
Okay, so that physical obstruction did not move, sir. The pipe, sir, didn't move. So why did the physical obstruction in the real world on the far left, why did that move, sir? If it's physical like the pipe.
It didn't.
It didn't move, sir.
Matt, yes, and yes.
So what happened, sir? Why is it behind the platforms?
Because the light got refracted.
So you seem to be having a lot of at this stage, I have presented the explanation several times, and we are simply failing to communicate. I'm trying to
say this extremely slowly. The pipe is physical. The measurement from me to the pipe will never change, sir. From me to the horizon of the pipe will never change. Never, ever change.
Yep.
Okay? But the object, sir, the distance, the appeared distance can change. It can look like it's closer or further, sir, because of refraction. Yes?
Yes. Yep.
So, the picture on the far left, sir, The horizon, the physical horizon, has moved, sir, not the object, sir. We're looking at two different things, sir. We've got the object on the right moving, but the horizon on the left moving, sir. How is this happening?
Can I show you a video that someone has sent me quickly, Spurs?
Well, I'd rather an answer from sir of how we have two opposing images and observations. One is the object over the horizon, one is the horizon behind the object, sir. How do we get the pipe behind the object?
So you are not moving the pipe. So what you are, and it is the most. What you are observing is refraction of a different character.
What kind of refraction is that?
Well, it's so. In the example in the video, what you're observing is a very narrow, discontinuous set of atmospheric conditions that only show a strip of what's over the horizon. Whereas in the atmospheric case, there's a continuum of refraction that makes the object, that makes the vista appear continuous over the. So that there's minutely different refraction paths for each of the light beams from along that line from you to the apparent horizon. Now, there is nothing in those images that suggest that the obstruction has moved, and you can assert otherwise as much as
I'm
you
not
want.
asserting, sir. I'm asking you. We see the bottom of the platform, sir. How is that possible? We didn't go higher.
Refraction.
Okay, can I interrupt real quick?
Shoot.
Just real quick.
Sure.
But the object,
Please do.
didn't.
Yeah.
The object didn't.
Here,
the
Spurs,
object
one
didn't
second.
move, Craig. You say refraction, but the
Okay,
object,
but
just like
Spurs,
the plasticine,
Spurs.
did not move.
No, the apparent position of
Spurs,
it.
let me
Go on, team.
let me explain something real quick. Will you put the image that I sent you up real quick?
Where did you send it?
Okay, now in this image, no, I sent it to
Where-
Fight. He knows what I'm talking about. It's the image, the screenshot you told me. The screenshot you told me to take. Okay, so let's imagine from the top of that from the top of the cylinder till you see where the red stops. See, the red is continuous. Because of how this experiment is set up, it's not a gradual changing of temperature and pressure and density going up.
Have to repeat everything over and over for Spurs. And he's seen all this stuff before.
I was going to say, Terry, since Travis has put this video together, obviously taking Tony out of context and belittling and berating him, isn't that almost giving permission that he thinks that this is acceptable, therefore you could do it to him as well?
Yeah, well, it's
my goodness,
trying to do a personal attack on something.
Yeah, he's had some clankers of, shall we call them, mistakes and miswordings of things that he's said on every single channel he's ever been on.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have a look at that. We haven't got any videos of somebody debating airplanes for Alan.
Never mind. That's all right.
How do you debate airplanes?
Well, they run on compressed air, don't they?
Oh, did that have fuel? They run on compressed air. Yeah. Interesting theory, I suppose. What are all them big old fuel tanks for?
Yeah. Just imagine trying to cram in enough pressure vessels to hold compressed air to run the engines.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, actually, they do sometimes use compressed air to start the compressors, but I think mostly these days they just have electric starters and run them off a.
But Alan, that's a bit like saying an R series Mac that has an air start on it runs on air. It doesn't use the diesel that goes in the tanks.
Well, of course, the joke of it is that they've nearly hit the nail on the head, because if you look at modern airliners, they all run on high bypass turbofans, and they are in effect a jet engine propelled fan.
Indeed.
So they're almost on the right track, but ironically, they don't know how close they are to what these jet engines are actually doing. But you still need the jet engine at the core of it to run, and of course that needs jet fuel. And I mean, I had a first class demonstration of the difference when I was working on contract at RAF Bryce Norton, and as we were down at the end of the runway where everybody took off from, they were still running the old VC-10s. They had those four puny little jet engines at the back, and my God, did they screech! They were deafening.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, absolute bloody racket. And it was one of those cases where if you was on the phone, it's like when I used to work at Centre Parks and a brace of F-15s would fly over, and you'd have to say, yeah, hang on a minute, and just wait for the racket to stop and then carry on with the conversation.
Yeah.
And the VC-10s were like that. And then you'd get a modern airliner, which the RAF hire an awful lot of to move troops and that around. And when one of them sat at the end of the runway and spooled up ready to take off, you could quite happily carry on your phone conversation because the noise was just so much quieter than those old compact jet engines. Those turbofans make hardly any noise at all in comparison. I mean, yes, they still make noise, but
yes, because they're just turbojets on the VC-10.
Correct. Yes, they are just the turbojets, not turbofans. But the difference is quite amazing. Just how much quieter and also how much more thrust. And you could also tell who was empty and who was full from how far beyond the trees they disappeared before they reappeared again, having lifted off into the air. And the big Russian Antonov needed every inch of the runway. And you'd think he was going to go through the end fence and across the road.
Yeah, I did actually get to go to Cyprus on an RAF VC-10 in 1980, I think it was. And it's great. Spent half an hour in Cyprus.
Half an hour?
Yeah, well, I flew out there as supernumerary crew on the VC-10.
And what fell off?
Well, the funny thing was the damn thing went unserviceable on the way back, didn't it?
Because that was always the running joke that every time you flew on a VC-10, something fell off somewhere.
Yeah, no, it was a partial hydraulic failure.
Well, there you go then. Lived up to its reputation.
So half the hydraulics, because it's a split hydraulic system, but they can cross pressurize it from.
There's an aerocoat.
I want to see Milkman Dan drink 56 beers tonight. Go on. How many are you into already, Milkman?
And yes, Colon, one of those flying over your flat at about 40 feet. Yeah, I mean, our offices were probably 200 feet from the runway. We were bloody close, but of course we was at the end that everything took off from. And yeah, you could tell the differences straight away. And it was always amusing to watch a Hercules take off because they'd barely got moving and they were up in the air. You know, it was like, oh, he must be empty. He can't have a full load on board because it literally rev up, breaks off, up in the air. Only took me a few hundred feet.
Now, obviously, I can't confirm or deny what planes we're displaying here, so this will be Alan's quiz. This is for Alan.
Okay, I know exactly what that is.
Yeah, that's a Bell P.
Go on.
It's an aero. It's It's an Aerocobra.
Yes, I believe it's the P-39. And I have just finished reading online a book about a pilot of one of these in the Pacific campaign. And when they were first designed, these planes were incredible. And then somebody said, let's not bother with the supercharger on them.
Yeah. What was the name of the book?
Hang on, let me consult my list. Consult the Book of Armaments.
And I'm guessing this is an American plane, not a British plane.
Yes. The book is Cobra Combat by Robert E. Case.
No, I actually won, when I was in the Air Cadets, I actually won a book that was about the air war in New Guinea.
Yes.
And again, P-39 Aerocobras and yeah.
They use them for ground attack because, like I said, when they originally designed these, they had a supercharger and they could go really fast and fly really high. And then someone somewhere said, hang on a minute, we're already fitting superchargers to the P-38 Lightning. Why are we having two fighters with expensive superchargers? So they took the supercharger off this particular plane, and surprise, surprise, it couldn't fly very fast and it couldn't fly very high. So instead, they used them for the ground attack mission, at which they were quite effective, apparently.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I think I have seen it. I think I have seen an Aerocobra flying, but that was a long time ago.
Because as anybody else who doesn't know aircraft can see, the engine is behind the cockpit, and there's a dirty, great big drive shaft. You can see the exhaust just above the wing there. That's where the engine is. Yep. Then there's a shaft that goes through to the propeller, and there's a 37 millimeter cannon that fires through the propeller hub as well.
Was it a 37 in there?
I think so. I think it was a 37.
Is that better?
But yeah.
Yeah. So you can see the exhaust stubs just above the wing behind the pilot. That's the exhaust stubs off the engine. That's where the engine is. And you can see behind the canopy, there's the air intake for the engine.
Yeah.
And also the canopy didn't hinge. It actually had two doors, two hinged doors.
Yes, just like car doors.
Yep.
Just like the early Typhoon had.
Yes.
Sorry,
yes. So
Barnes and I are being really angrily retentive.
It was quite a different beast. There was an improved version of this called the King Cobra, and I think they also sold quite a few of these to the Russians at the time when the Russians were crying out for help.
Yeah, P-60 King Cobra.
I can't.
That would have made it more manoeuvrable in mid-air, like for able to.
Well, it was manoeuvrable to a point, but it was coming up against Japanese planes like the Zero, which was deliberately made as light as possible to make it as manoeuvrable as possible. And they said they couldn't even outrun a Zero in a dive. And they basically said, if you see Zeros, don't go after them, leave them alone.
If Sir Robin. Right, okay. What have we here?
I don't know. I can't. These ones look a bit too far.
They're Dakotas.
The ones out in front are C-47, and I'm going to guess that these are all American ones. So I'm going to say P-47. What am I going to say? C-47. We called them the Dakota. What was the American name? Skytrains. So they were C-47 Skytrains, and the one in the rear, the twin, looks to be a Beech. Yeah, definitely C-47s.
Yeah, that's the classic Dakota. They've got one of them at Bryce Norton.
Yeah,
parked outside one of the buildings we put up for them. 47 Air Dispatch, I think it was.
Yeah,
because they bought it in 3 bits. Because it wasn't airworthy.
Is a that's a Beech. I'm pretty sure that's a. Oh no, I don't think that is the Beechcraft, because the Beechcraft has a twin fin tail. Oh well, that's easy, because I've got a very similar looking image to that goes in my or at least of the same type of aircraft.
Yep.
That goes in my slideshows. That is the Volt F4U Corsair.
Otherwise known by the Japanese as was it Whispering Death?
Yeah, they called that the Whispering. They also called the Beaufighter the Whispering Death as well. I have got a photograph of, I think, those two aircraft.
Yeah, there can't be too many of them flying around.
A couple of years ago, there were two of these flying in the UK. One in a blue finish and one in a green finish. But actually, no, different markings, so might be different aircraft. Yeah, Yak 3s.
Yep. Yakety sacks.
Yeah, Yak 3s. Although I noticed the one in the rear has been extended for a second cockpit in the back.
Oh yeah.
Lots of people are doing that though, because obviously it helps to keep it flying. Well,
Harry, what have you dug up?
Colin sent me something. I don't know.
Supermarine Walrus. They were used by RAF Air Sea Rescue right throughout the war.
Yep. All those shot down Spitfire pilots that had come down in the Channel and such like.
Would be very grateful to see one of those.
Yes.
Yeah, the Western Wapiti. Oh,
the Beverly.
Yeah, I was. Oh yes, we see the yes the Beverly. They had one at the museum at Southend Airport. Used to love going in as a kid because you could climb up into the cockpit.
Oh yeah.
And you could also at the back end, not that that was open, but there was a ladder that you could go up to put troops in that rear tail section as well.
A weird looking plane. That's for sure.
Why they're humans.
Oh yeah, we churned out some weird and wonderful stuff over the years.
It's a Hunt. No,
it's a Swift.
It's a Swift.
It does look very much like a Hunter, doesn't it?
I just assumed Hunter because they're far more common.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the air intakes are a bit further forward, aren't they?
Yes.
Hunter air intakes are just behind the cockpit.
That's it.
So that the cannon pack can fit. Bolton and Paul Defiant.
Let's make a fighter with no forward firing armament whatsoever.
Put four bloody 303 machine guns in each wing like they did with the Hurricane, and that would have been an absolutely brilliant bomber destroyer, wouldn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that really didn't work, did it?
Well, what'd they use it for then? Just to fly around?
No, it was supposed to be, it was supposed to take on fighters and bombers, but of course, the extra weight of the turret sort of tended to slow it down. It had no forward firing armament, so it could only shoot at people coming up behind it or beside it. And they really were quite vulnerable, and they didn't work. And I think eventually they turned them into night fighters.
They moved them to the night fighter role very quickly, which they were actually reasonably good at.
Yeah.
And then they made a lot of them into target tugs to tow drones for fighters and that to practice that.
Yeah.
The Avro rotor actually is a Severa autogyro.
Don't forget that the Defiant wasn't alone. Blackburn built a very similar plane called the Rock.
Yeah, that was the Navy version.
That was the Navy version, but it was pretty much the same plane, ultimately.
Yeah, but that one is the Avro rotor, which was a Severa autogyro. I'm pretty sure Severa was a Spanish designer who was big into.
So it's basically an airplane fuselage with the helicopter adapting.
No, because the rotor is unpowered.
Oh, okay.
It's Yeah, you have
It's an
to
auto
get
driver.
you have to get the rotor spinning, and then it's the forward movement and the air going over the rotors that keeps them turning. But that is what gives you the lift.
Oh, okay.
But basically,
they are a strange beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically you have to wind the rotor up a bit to get it going, and then you basically start moving on the front and run. You know, Little Nelly from the James Bond movie. That is
You only live twice.
You only live twice. That Little Nelly is basically the same type of aircraft.
That's it. Google Little Nelly.
Little Nelly was designed by Wing Commander Ken Wallace, who is an absolutely brilliant bloke. I've met him a couple of times. There
we go.
There you go. That'll be Ken. I've seen Ken flying Little Nelly at air shows in the 70s. He was still flying almost up until he died, even though he wasn't allowed to anymore. Ken actually took Little Nelly to a local village fete, and my son was about 10, and he loved Bond movies. He had all the Bond movies on video, and when he saw Little Nelly there, he nearly wet his pants almost. but the really nice thing, Ken let him sit in it. Ken let Ben sit in Little Nelly and get a photo. It was Ben absolutely loved that.
Trying to get that one to open in a new tab,
but there's an air museum at Flixton, which was Ken's local museum, and Ken had donated a lot of his stuff to the museum. There was Little Nelly was in there. In fact, that picture that was the Alamo stock photo was in Flixton Museum. Unfortunately, when he died, that's the. I'm pretty sure that's the room they made at Flixton for Little Nelly, because he, like I say, he had there. His father had designed an aircraft in about 1910. His father and his uncle, and they had that at. The shot on the left was taken at the Shuttleworth collection, probably sometime in the 70s, because I think that's.
There we go. Trying to find a decent picture.
I used to have a photo, and I don't know which Imperial War Museum it's ended up in. The Germans had something vaguely similar, but they had a version of that as a kite that they towed behind a U-boat.
Indeed, it's at Duxford.
It's still at Duxford, is it? Because I thought I had a photo of it, but I'm just looking through my collection. I can't bloody find it.
It's at Duxford. Yes, that is a North American 86, and as that's in American markings, that would be known as a Texan. If it was in anybody else's markings, it would be known as a Harvard.
Yes. There we are.
I lose the picture.
No, I don't appear.
Where'd it go? That's not what I was doing. What happened there?
Right, room start up.
I don't know.
Open link in new tab. Oh, it goes to a site. Only wanted the image.
Did Mad just turn up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Or was that Professor Pineapple?
That was me doing silly voices.
Oh, that was you, was it?
Horizontal. No. Oh, I can't find that bloody photo anywhere. Oh, well, never mind.
Right.
Lots of photos of Duxford and Hendon, but none of that bloody auto-gyro kite. Hey-ho.
SBD Dauntless, and I could see it. I could only see 3/4 of it because I've got something covering the window at the moment.
You see a lot of these in that new film about the Battle of Midway.
What you mean, that film that I refuse to watch because
Yeah.
it's complete and utter? What's the word I'm looking for?
Crap.
Actually, I was thinking of the word that Cool Hard Logic likes to use. Bollocks. That's the one.
Well, I watched it out of some sort of sense of masochism, I guess. And yeah, I mean, the old film about the Battle of Midway was bad enough because you see all these planes taking off and they're going to bomb the Japanese carriers, and it's like, guys, you forgot to put any bombs on board your planes. There's no torpedoes, nothing. In the original one, and this one is as bad in completely different ways, but it really isn't a very good film at all. But yeah, that's what I love about the old Battle of Midway film. Yeah, you see them all taking off, and we're going to go and bomb them. We're going to go and torpedo them. And it's like, you forgot to attach everything to the underside of your plane. They're all completely clean. They've got nothing on them.
This one's got a broken wheel.
I was going to say that's got to be that had to be a Curtis design. Yeah, that's a P40 something because there's lots of them.
Was it the Kitty?
In American service, it was just called the Warhawk, I think, whereas other people called it the Kitty Hawk and all sorts of different flipping names.
Yeah,
but basically it's a P40. Most of them had Allison engines, but some of them actually had Rolls-Royce Merlins. The ones with the Merlins were the ones to be in, really, if you were lucky, because
well, I think we all know what that is.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, I hope so.
I've got lots of pictures of one of those.
Yeah, I bet you have.
Colin's DMing me all the time. Colin, I can't do 3 things at once here.
But only one of them, because there's only one of them flying in Europe.
What do you got there? The picture. I've got to get the picture now. Open. Oh shit.
That's a B-17. I would think that's an F. Could be an E, but probably an F.
That's probably an F because it hasn't got the chin turret.
Oh yes. There. Thank you. That's the Fokker Achilles. Trying to remember what they called it now. That is an auto gyro kite that folded up to fit into 2 containers on the conning tower of the U-boat. And the theory was they had a special little platform at the end of the U-boat that this thing sat on, and it was tethered to the U-boat with a cable. And you got the rotors up to speed. The U-boat sort of steamed at full speed, anywhere between sort of 17 and 20 knots. And you flew this thing like a kite. And here's a nice little demonstration of the curvature of the Earth, because the whole point was to get the observer as high as you could, which means he could see further over the curve and he could spot targets and convoys quicker or earlier than somebody could on the conning tower of a U-boat, who's probably only sort of 15 feet up, whereas Matey Boy here is much higher in the air. The only downside was that if suddenly somebody came across the U-boat, like a fighter or a bomber or anything that they used to hunt U-boats, their approved method was cut the cable and dive, and leave Matey Boy flying this helicopter kite, which of course is now going to come down because it's got no forward thrust on it whatsoever. And hopefully whoever was attacking the U-boat would go away. The U-boat could then surface and pick up the drowned rat of a pilot. And needless to say, it wasn't very popular. They didn't really use it a lot because it didn't work.
Did we say what this one was?
It's B-17.
Boeing B-17. It's an E or an F?
Yeah.
Probably an F.
I think so. That's the type of flying fortress that Memphis Belle was, and that next one as well. That's
yeah, I know. I just realised it was similar.
Yeah.
That one, it hasn't got. Now that's interesting. That hasn't actually got any squadron markings on it.
No.
That is probably an E because of the red dot in the American
Oh yes, because that's an earlier form of it, isn't it?
Yeah, so it is probably an E. Yes, because it hasn't got the side cheeks for the 50s.
Yeah, where's
Well,
the
in fact, it hasn't got one machine gun on board by the looks of it.
got the guy at the top here.
Yeah, I mean, that could even be a D. That could even be a D.
Yeah, but there are no guns fitted. Not a thing.
Yeah, the waist.
Well, that'd be a training flight somewhere over the states, wouldn't it?
What,
well,
that one? That one?
That one is an F6. F4F.
Yes.
Wildcat. Unless it's in British service and when it was the Martlet.
Correct.
Unless it was the very last version, which was the Wildcat in British service.
Yeah.
Because we like to screw around with names and stuff. So the photograph of the one in Royal Navy markings in the UK that I've got is actually a Wildcat because it's that version that was a Wildcat, not the Martlet. Well, that's really easy. That's a P51D, and there is F. Oh, they're all different. They're all different squadrons, aren't they? Oh no, hang on.
I don't think so, because if I remember, I think this photo, I think these aircraft were stationed somewhere that used to be very local to me. If this is the one I'm thinking of, these are the planes flying out of RAF Bottisham.
Yeah,
which is between Newmarket and Cambridge.
Yeah, it's just the that yellow nose is the same as on Ferocious Frankie, and I'm sure that was F4 is the squadron markings on Frankie.
Not sure. American stuff isn't my forte. I stick to the Krauts.
Oh well, that's a Spitfire Mark. That's a late Mark Spitfire.
I couldn't tell you.
I think that's a Merlin engine. I thought that was a Griffin engine one, but can't tell for that angle. Can't see the bulges, or if the bulges are there, and
no, I don't know.
like
I say, they're not my thing.
I have actually got my own photographs of that aircraft. My only problem is that when I go to check Supermarine, there's 2,327 photos of Supermarine aircraft.
Havoc.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's Douglas Havoc.
I would say from that configuration, I think that would make it an A20.
Yeah.
Given the fact it's got a nose full of guns.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The nose full of guns kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a Douglas A20 Havoc.
Yeah.
There you go. And the Americans did. They sort of almost had a logical system of categorizing their planes. It was B for bomber. They didn't quite have fighters. They had pursuit planes.
That was it.
So they called it the P-51. After the war, became the F-51 when they changed it from pursuit to fighter. But if it was an attack craft, basically for shooting up ground targets and going chasing down trains and things, then they were given A for attack.
Yes, because there was an aircraft called the A-36 Apache.
Yes, and that was an upgun version of the Mustang, wasn't it?
That was basically an A series Mustang with the really crap Allison engine in it.
Yes.
That was dedicated to ground attack only.
Yeah.
What we got there? We got P-47 Thunderbolts, P-40 again.
Yep.
like I said, lots of different versions of P-40s. Another P-40, and they did serve all over the world. Oh, the Western Lysander.
Oh, yes.
The only one flying, and yes, I have photographs of her. She's actually in the markings of the squadron that did the work with SOE and was based near where my parents used to live, near Rochester. Oh, I've forgotten where the RAF station where they did all the SOE deliveries from. But yeah, that would look to be a Dauntless. That's the Dauntless thing we saw earlier, isn't it? The SBD4.
That's the is that the Avenger? The one with the turret.
TBX. Sorry. Yeah, Avenger.
Yeah. The Grumman Avenger torpedo bomber, but yeah, with an actual proper turret rather than just an open.
Yeah.
God, we could do this all day.
Yeah, I know.
I hope I'm not boring people.
That's why I clicked out of it. I just thought we'll just scroll down.
Yeah, but you ain't got onto the German stuff.
Well, there's a German.
Yeah, that's an ME-262, the first operational jet fighter in the world.
Yes.
You want me to put German World War II in there?
Nah, look, that's my chosen specialist subject. That's a Messerschmitt 109F in tropical configuration.
Yeah, but I'm doing this for Alan, so I don't know what Alan's favourites
I know.
are.
No, of course do Alan stuff.
No. That's okay. Terry, everything up to the end of the 1950s is kind of my favourite. Although, let me just get my favourite.
Oh, there's a brilliant detail there. Look below the front of the cockpit. You see those two little lumps sticking out?
Yeah.
No. Go back where the canopy is. Right. Do you see those two little lumps on the side?
Yeah.
Yeah, those two. Those two little lumps were where you slid in the pole of your parasol. They had a parasol that sat in place. So when this thing was parked on the ground, you erected the parasol and stuck it through those two little lumps there, and that kept the cockpit cool because this thing was designed for the African front, the desert. You can see the sand color, the air intake on the engine has got a filter in front of it. That's to keep the sand out, and the white bands denote that it's part of the African campaign. But those two little lumps that held the pole for the parasol that kept the cockpit in shade. Because it got that bloody hot out there, and they were sat outside in the sun all day. And if you sort of had an emergency start and the pilot leapt in the cockpit and he'd burn his ass as he sat on the seat, so they had a parasol to keep the cockpit cool.
Terry, let's see if we can find a mosquito for Sable Eagle, because they are like they were one of the best aircraft.
The Wooden Wonder.
The Wooden Wonder.
Where?
Oh yes.
Where?
Well, just look for mosquito.
Yeah, just to have a DH-98 mosquito.
Otherwise, you get lots of insects.
DH-98 mosquito.
There you go, mosquito plane. There you go. Oh, what a bit of kit that is.
I have seen mosquitoes fly in the UK, but unfortunately, all the ones that were restored down that are so far been restored at Ardmore in New Zealand, all gone to the USA.
Yes.
Although you've got to say, I kind of also have a thing for the almost forgotten ground attack aircraft we had, which I did mention earlier, the Beaufighter.
Yes, nice plane. But you look at that mosquito, that could carry a 4,000-pound cookie.
Yeah, that could. In fact, that could carry a 4,000-pound bomb load.
Yeah.
To Berlin.
Yeah.
At about the same speed as a Spitfire.
Yeah, incredible. Stuka.
And until the B-17G came out, a B-17 couldn't actually carry 4,000 pounds of bombs to Berlin.
No, quite incredible when you think about it. You know, but a Mosquito, you know, made out of wood, couple of Merlin engines, 2 guys up front, bosh, job done.
Kubitek said the Junkers 87.
87, the Stuka, just the dive bomber.
Yeah.
Quite successful if you have air superiority. The moment you don't have air superiority, the enemy fighters come along and shoot them all out of the sky.
Yeah.
Big, slow moving, not much in the way of self-defense. Guy in the back's got a machine gun. Unless you've got either excellent fighter cover or air superiority. As the Germans discovered, when you haven't got that, they all get shot out of the sky.
Didn't the wheels retract?
No, they were completely fixed.
And if you're going to fit if you're going to fit a pair of 40mm cannons to the wings of an aircraft for shooting tanks to bits, I much prefer the Hurricane version.
If you just go back one, that's it. There you go. That's the first of the tank busters. They're a pair of, I think, these as well. 37mm cannon. You had something.
Over 40s.
Don't think so. I don't think you ever built anything in 40mm. Fairly certain they're 37s.
That's a model.
Yeah, but each cannon had something like 7 rounds, and there was a German pilot, Hans Rudel, who I think in his time, and he survived the war, he destroyed literally hundreds of Russian tanks flying one of these, because one of the most vulnerable parts of a tank is the top of the turret, the top of the rear hull. That's the thinnest armor, and they realized this, and he was an expert at putting sometimes just 1 round into a tank and blowing it up. And not only did he survive the war, but when they were designing the A-10 tank buster, his advice was sought, because he was an expert at killing tanks flying an aircraft.
Yeah, I think you might be right on 37mm, because at the start of the war, their anti-tank gun was a 37mm, wasn't it?
Yeah. Their most common size for that sort of thing, particularly fitted aircraft, was the 37mm, given its sort of size and weight. But each gun only had something like 7 rounds. When you look at the gun pod, it's like they've got 2 fins. On one side is the magazine, and on the other side, it's an ejector chute. So the round goes in, it gets fired, then the empty case gets spat out the other side. And they only had, you took off on a flight with something like 14 rounds in total. And sometimes they were coming back and had killed sort of 8 to 10 tanks with 14 rounds.
Yeah.
They were that good at it. But they had to have a lot of fighter cover because they were slow, vulnerable.
Yeah. We did the same with six Squadron in the desert with a Hurricane with, I think, 2 40mm cannons in it.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the Hurricane had 40mm. But yeah, and of course the Mosquito actually had was it the 57mm cannon for destroying submarines.
Yeah, known as the Tetsi.
Yep. So yeah, the Mosquito was used for just about everything. I mean, it was a fighter, it was a bomber, it was reconnaissance. You could use it for hunting down U-boats. You name it, it did it. Hell of a craft.
They're all mentioning stuff in the peanut gallery, Alan. I've got no idea what's what.
Spooky Bedhead is starting to suspect, Alan, that you're not actually 29.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear. You think?
Yeah. I'm actually old enough that both of my grandfathers fought in World War One.
Blimey. I was just dismayed enough that yesterday afternoon I was watching an old episode of Law and Order on the telly, and I realised that episode was exactly half my age. It was 25 years old because I thought I don't look a bit young, and I had to look on IMDb, and 1995 it first came out. I thought, shit, it's exactly half my age old that episode was. Oh dear.
Yeah.
What frame of reference were they in? Sod off. The non-inertial rotating frame of reference. All right.
Okay, someone else's turn to do some
I'm
stuff.
just trying to
rolling the
find
smoke.
photos of my two favourite aircraft.
Yeah.
Go on then, it's your stream.
Yeah, do what you want.
It's going to.
Yeah, don't worry, Terry. I'm going to. Here we go.
Now 4 doesn't matter here, Dave. That's on my. That's when it's streamed on my channel.
Here we go.
People miss 4.
Oh look, it's a Lightning.
The English Electric Lightning.
Oh yes.
My number one favourite aircraft. Having seen them do high-speed stalls at Biggin Hill, and come almost to a complete stop horizontally, because they balanced engine thrust with the fact that it's sitting on its tail, having gone bottom first horizontally, so to speak, and then the pilot whops it all the way through, and then the aircraft goes straight up into the sky, and then goes through the contrail layer, leaving a little round puff of cloud behind it, because it's gone vertically through the contrail layer. But, yeah, and my other favourite, which I'm going to have to now go and find the. Oddly enough, both of them post-war jet aircraft.
No, I'm rolling the smoke, Dave. I don't have
Get used to the sound, Dave. We all know what that noise is now.
Donald Douglas.
No, it's not Alan opening his presents.
It's going to be a Phantom, isn't it?
Of course, it's going to be a Phantom. It's going to be a Phantom FPR2. Says, come on, thingy, find the pictures.
Needs to build up.
You'll have to feed those mice a bit more to spin that wheel.
Yeah, needs to change the cheese in front of the mouse, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably because I've got OBS running for the slideshow and Zoom, Discord, and now Lightroom, and yeah. And of course, Lightroom's running D-Base.
Yes, Sabre Legal. I grew up under the flight path of RAF Lakenheath and RAF Mildenhall, and I could tell you exactly what aircraft are flying overhead at any time without looking, because you heard them every bloody day.
I am sorry to everybody who are just seeing a grey screen. It's supposed to be a photograph of the Phantom.
In fog. At night.
It's camouflaged.
It's engaged stealth mode.
Well, the main reason why I picked the Phantom was when I was like 15, I did an annual camp with the Air Cadets at RAF Coningsby. Back when the QRA fighters at Coningsby were Phantoms. And I was actually allowed to work in the hangar and got to replace the port aileron on a Phantom. Well, got to be the gopher for the tech that was replacing the aileron on the Phantom. The only time in my life I've ever actually worked on an aircraft.
Colons. That's how they were mostly seen over Dogger Bank.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give. I'm going to have to give up on this because
It's not having it, is it?
It's not having it. No.
Milkman Dan wants me to show his work, his artwork.
Yeah, I've just said it.
It's on my Discord. Okay.
Yes, in fact, suck of the Sav. He's done a little something on the whiteboard.
Okay, I'll go over to Fair. I'll go over to Discord then and have a look. And Colin, stop sending me porn.
I'd still have to say, although it'd be a struggle, probably my favourite airplane would be the Messerschmitt 262, just for how sleek and shark-like it looks. I know it wasn't. Yeah, it was the world's first jet fighter. Blah blah blah. It wasn't actually that good because it was still sort of cutting-edge sort of thing, you know. But just for sheer looks, I mean, it just sitting there, it looks like it's going fast.
What am I?
Hell of a looking bit of kit, but
yes, Terry, you can show that photo.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure out what it was.
I have another one in my list of.
Carl, I'll grab that in a sec.
In my memes.
Trying to work out what this is.
It's Lego.
Yeah.
No.
Lego. No.
It's a bit naughty. But,
Lego.
No. We can go. We're not. It's not like we're monetized, is it?
Yeah, but that could mean anything. It's up to your interpretation of your imagination.
We're playing quizzes now.
Mm-hmm.
Colon, ask you, Alan, what was the largest fighter the RAF ever flew?
The largest fighter the RAF ever flew?
I've got a funny feeling it's going to be a bit of an oddity or a one-off of an ordinary plane by thinking about it. But
well, there was some. We flew some odd aircraft as fighters. Is the thing.
We did, and there were some particular weird ones that came out after the war. Particularly some of the very last of the prop jobs were quite a size.
I'm trying to think. You've got.
No, it definitely wasn't a Valiant.
Yeah, there's Colon's porn that he.
It's one of the V bombers, the one everybody forgets about.
Yeah, the Valiant.
The Valiant. Everybody thinks of the Vulcan and the Victor and forget about the Valiant.
Yeah.
Oh no! So I'm going off the wrong track. Okay, the RAF.
You're wrong. You're wrong, Mark Farmer.
Yeah, the RAF's biggest fighter.
I'm tempted to say something like the Javelin, but that's not that big. No. That's the Vulcan B1. And yeah, they all had a RAF police dog guard on them.
Yeah, in the anti-flash white scheme.
Yeah, which means that these are B1s, not B2s.
Nope. Keep getting no from Colin.
Not that, because then you've got stuff like the Bristol.
Unless you're going to tell me that's not an Alsatian standing next to that guy down there.
Yeah, the Alsatian's the one in charge. Remember?
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, the dog's in charge.
The Alsatian's the one with the brain. Sorry, you've got to get your dig in at the RAF policeman.
Yeah.
RAF fighter, biggest RAF fighter.
Because you've got like I mean, there were bombers that were used as fighters.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. But Colon says no, so that's the wrong road to go down.
Blenheim. That was because Blenheim's probably bigger than a Javelin. And the Beaufighter and the. I mean, yeah, we used Havocs, so I mean, you could go with that.
Do you get a prize, Colin, if he gets it right?
Yeah, but the Canberra wasn't a fighter. John Stock. Do you know they still use a Canberra? NASA use one. So they don't call it that, but that's what it is.
I'm not sure if they're still using the Canberra for radar calibration.
NASA is still using their American version of the camera. They've got one because they
V57.
used that the other week.
Yeah, they're Martin B57.
That's it. It's Canberra, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a Canberra.
I don't know.
I told Carl to pull out his T key and pull out the H and the E key and swap them around. And then he can spell the correctly.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give up on that question.
It's not something silly like no REF, so it wouldn't be a wyvern because that's quite a size.
Can we buy a clue, Colin?
Yeah, let's have a clue.
Can we buy a clue? What do you mean we're all locked down? I'm not locked down. I'm all right here. Unless you're living in Victoria.
Some people are still locked down. The young couple across the way, she's gone back to work. He's still having to work from home. So.
Yeah, I don't envy the Peter and Glaby and them down there.
No.
It's fine. What are you
Can
on
you hear
about?
me now, Terry?
Oh, I can hear voices in my head. Oh no, Alan, it's happening again.
Oh no.
Worked it out again. Okay, I'll just drop the clue in the chat for you, Alan. They were only decommissioned about 15 years ago.
15 years ago.
Hell was decommissioned 15 years ago.
That would have been 2005. So that was. Jaguars went about then, but.
No, they weren't very big.
They weren't very big.
Piddly little things, to be honest.
Yeah, that was the whole point of the damn thing. It was supposed to be a cheap little ground attack aircraft.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Used to burn tarmac like crazy in India.
Yeah.
A friend of mine actually saw them land one on grass at Coningsby.
Okay. Final clue.
The
they were only stationed at 2 places.
No, I ain't got a clue.
Oh! I think during a certain conflict, they fitted air-to-air missiles to a certain reconnaissance aircraft.
Correct.
So that would be because a very good friend who's coming to see me tomorrow was aircrew in them for about nearly 30 years, nearly best part of 30 years.
So I was going down the right road then. It was a one-off adaptation of something that normally did something else.
The Mighty Hunter. Unless it was the R1 version.
Went so close.
What?
So close.
The Nimrod.
The Nimrod.
Yeah, you see, because that ain't a bloody hunter.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, when you say the hunter, yeah, the mighty sub hunter. Yeah.
I said the Mighty Hunter because that was the nickname. The Nimrod.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
only aircraft
throw that at you.
The only aircraft I've ever thrown up in. Having done aerobatics.
Catch you later. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Thank you, Colin.
Say it, Colin.
That's cheating because that wasn't a fighter.
So I was going down the right road to begin with then. It was a plane that wasn't usually used as a fighter, but they strapped something to it and bingo, oh, look, it's a fighter. Bloody Nimrod.
Yeah.
And that's nothing more than a bastardized Comet.
Yeah.
Out with the yockey straps and a couple of zip ties and some 100-mile-an-hour tape. Look what we've turned this plane into.
What did they do? Hang some sidewinders off it?
They hung some sidewinders off it, I believe.
Yeah.
And because they also fitted it with air-to-air refueling as well.
Yeah. But to be honest, it wouldn't take much to hang sidewinders off most things.
No. I think they pick sidewinders because obviously being heat seekers, they don't need much in the way of shit in the aeroplane.
Correct, because an awful lot of missiles that fighters fire these days, they're reliant on the radar equipment that's on the fighter as well, and that does mean buggering about with the aircraft to quite a degree. But sidewinders being heat seekers, yeah, if you can get a pylon on there with a pair of sidewinders and get the wiring connected, bosh your uncle, bingo Bob's your uncle. You know, it's
yeah, because that was for the Gulf, first Gulf, in fact, I believe, because they also fitted it with air to every, because before then, why would you need an aircraft with an endurance of more than 24 hours anyway?
Yeah.
So I think they could do almost 20 hours on patrol.
Can you?
I know when my friend took me for a jolly in one, i.e. an operational trip, it was only a short one. We were only gone 8 hours.
Mm.
Trouble was, I started feeling airsick after about an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was really unpleasant. Well, they were all right because they got an extra. The crew got an extra meal to share out.
yeah, because you weren't going to eat yours.
Because I wasn't interested in lunch. By that time, I was sitting in one of the. They have a couple of chairs down, a couple of like airliner seats down the back end.
Yeah.
I was in one of them, thinking, "My God, I just want to die." You know, the Pope used to get off the airplane and kiss the tarmac.
So did you.
Yeah, well, that was how I felt when I got off the aircraft. Oh, thank God I'm back on the ground. Apparently, the RAF used. This was before all the parabolic flight stuff got popular. The RAF used to call it the vomit comet.
Yeah.
Because it apparently had a really bad reputation with aircrew. In fact, my friend had to go on the vomiting course. That's how bad. Yeah, if you're on Nimrod, because of course they spend a lot of money getting you through to the point where you go to the OCU and actually start flying on the aircraft you're going to operate on. You go through all the training all the basic training. You get onto the Nimrod and suddenly discover that it makes you airsick. Badly airsick.
Oh look, I've got another tank fan out in the gallery.
So they send you to the Aeromed place, right, where they send you on the desensitizing course.
Huh.
And basically, they put you in a centrifuge. They recommend a large breakfast.
Yeah.
And then they put you in a centrifuge until you bring your breakfast back up.
Nice.
And then they recommend a large lunch and put you in a centrifuge until you bring your lunch back up.
Could always give you a 6-pack of beer because that would help too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that would help.
Well, no, the point is they recommend that you have food in your stomach because dry heaving is really bad.
Yes.
And eventually you stop throwing up.
Oh, eventually.
Eventually you stop throwing up, or you get thrown out, or you get thrown off your out your trade and end up having to do something else.
Yeah, that just hurts when you stop actually physically throwing up.
Yeah. So
nothing left in there to escape.
Yeah.
So we guess what this plane was?
There's a Vulcan.
That's the Avro Vulcan B Mark 1.
And the one behind it. And the one behind that.
And the one behind
And the one behind that.
that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can count 10. Ding dong.
Can you? Oh, it's no name. Let's let no name in. Hello.
Bing bongly bong.
Here's trouble.
Here he is. Here's trouble. Hello, no name.
Here's trouble.
Hey.
Trouble with a capital N.
That don't work.
When I had my passing out parade from basic training in the RAF, that was the view I got of the fly past.
Whoa.
Cool. That's going to be loud.
Because all the spectators are facing the parade and the aircraft comes from behind them. Yeah. Very, 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 very low. I mean, hangar top height.
Yes. Yeah, we had one of them do that at the Mildmore Air Show one year. Ye gods, and everybody thought the SR-71 was loud. No, the Vulcan taking off and damn near going vertical just as it lifted off. Yeah, not quite vertical, but he went bloody far off it.
Am I spotting a Ford Granada?
You are indeed spotting a Ford Granada.
Oh yeah, that would be. Yeah, that's a Granada, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that was my passing out. I don't think that was my passing out parade because the weather looks too good. Because mine was on the 14th of December.
That looks the same sort of Granada that my parents used to own. They had a 2.8 Granada gear, and it was BBJ22S. And I don't know why. I've never forgotten that registration. Can't think why. Not a particularly wonderful car. Big and thirsty. And if you gave it some, it could do 8 miles to the gallon because it had that 2.8 V6 engine in it.
Yeah, but that but that was the view. That was the best bit of the pass out parade. We had the Vulcan come over. But I also saw a Vulcan at an air show at Duxford in the 70s, and it did a half Cuban from low level.
Cool.
So he comes down the runway at full beams, and he pulls it back he pulls it back up in a half loop, and then rolls it out level. And he started it from from at the most 200 feet.
Yeah.
Who said you can't do aerobatics in a Vulcan?
People who've never tried to do aerobatics in a Vulcan, I suspect.
Well, we mentioned the Canberra earlier.
Yeah.
I know that Roland Beaumont, when demonstrating the Canberra at Farnborough in the 1950s, got told off because basically got told to stop doing aerobatics in it because it's a bomber type and you don't do aerobatics in bombers.
Yeah. So tell that to the Lancaster pilots of 617 Squadron, you know.
Or many other squadrons when they were avoiding fighters.
Yes. But particularly those ones, because like they show in the Dam Busters film, when they were training, they were coming back with bits of tree stuck in them.
Yeah.
Fly as low as you can. Possibly not quite that low.
In fact, I believe they lost one aircraft on the way in because it hit power lines.
Yeah, well, there's the one that famously scooped up half the North Sea and nearly drowned the tail gunner.
Yep.
Can't remember which one that was. They survived. They did actually survive. I mean, it ripped the bomb off, and thousands of gallons of seawater went down the back of the fuselage and filled the rear turret up and damn near drowned him.
Yeah.
And that is why I always wanted Pete Jackson to remake the Dam Busters so they could use CGI to show stuff like that because the things. I mean, yeah, the Dam Busters film is okay, but the special effects are a bit shonky.
What, the 50s one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I trouble is, I don't think now that they would ever tell that. I don't think they could do justice to the story now in a film because of where the funding would come from.
Yeah.
Although I believe there was at least one American in the.
There was at least one American. I think there were several Australians.
and Canadians and New
Yeah.
Zealanders. Yeah, I mean there were people from all over the Commonwealth and
Yes.
the US in that aircrew in that squadron. As was the same in almost all of those bomber command squadrons.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Saberling, it would exactly be that. It'd be all about Americans and blonde girls with big tits and immaculate.
Oh. Keep finding a list of all of the crew, but I'm trying to find a list of all of the crew and their nationalities.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, everybody goes on about multiculturalism and all the rest of it, but if you watch the film The Battle of Britain, at the end it goes through all of the Allied pilots who were lost during the battle, and again it names them by nationality, doesn't it?
Yes.
And there's, I think, just about every corner of the Commonwealth is represented, plus the US, plus a few other countries.
Well, I've just found a handy little page on the BBC website, and it lists the 133 crew members of the Dam Busters raid, and you can filter it by killed, captured, returned, British, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand, and American. Yeah, that's interesting. One American, 2 New Zealand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Australians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 20 odd Canadians. So there you go.
Yeah, a lot of the Canadians ended up in Bomber Command.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we should find another subject to talk about that might interest other people a bit as well.
Cars?
Don't do cars, they're boring. Oh dear. 1951. We've got up to 1951. What happened in 1951?
I don't know, but that's how many subs Pip's got, and I think that's really good. I know she had to leave us because I think she had some stuff sorted out with family.
I think she had to take her mother shopping.
Yes, the hairdressers.
Oh, that sounds like a chore.
Oh, 1951, Operation Greenhouse. The first thermonuclear weapon tests take place at the Anewitak Atoll during Operation Greenhouse. There you go.
That's the one that starts with the letter E, isn't it?
Yes, Enewetak. Enewitak.
Yes, one of, I think that's near Truk and Kawalajin as well, isn't it? If I remember rightly.
That sort of general vicinity, yes. 1951 also saw The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Oh, good movie that.
Yeah. Disney's Alice in Wonderland. And the first commercial computer, Univac. Oh, yes. Had 5,000 vacuum tubes and weighed 16,000 pounds, measured 14.5 by 7.5 by 9 feet. Practical and portable then.
You put that in your spare room?
Yeah.
Back in the days when computers also needed a full air conditioning system.
Yes. Now these days they also function as a phone.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, how about you do the same for 1964?
Okay, 1964. Right, what happened in 1964 other than the obvious?
Well, wait a minute. What? This part of the year, 9 months. Yeah, okay. 9 months ago, there was something else that happened.
Actually, you could put it down to Kennedy, just.
1964, we have the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Oh dear. 1964, we have the capture of the Boston Strangler.
Oh, okay.
We also have the Warren Commission, which is obviously the report on the assassination of Kennedy. President Johnson signed into law the Civil Rights Act. Martin Luther King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And most importantly of all, Elizabeth Taylor marries Richard Burton for the first time.
Oh, for the first time, yeah.
Yes.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, here we go. Mariner 4 was launched with the mission of photographing and studying the atmosphere of Mars. It was launched in 64, November 64, and got there in July of 65. Oh, it got a hustle on then.
John Rapp saying January 63 was an epic time. Just
I
saying.
agree totally. January 31st especially.
Yeah. Anything? Yeah, I was going to say I reckon I could put my origins back maybe just to Kennedy's assassination.
Okay, popular culture of 1964. Sidney Poitier becomes the first black actor to win the Best Actor Oscar. The release of the debut Rolling Stones album called The Rolling Stones.
Original.
The Beatles make their first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show.
I think the Beatles were #1, Alan, when you were born. Should have checked that out.
Probably.
Film-wise, you had The Carpetbaggers, It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, The Unsinkable Molly Brown, My Fair Lady, and the best example of the Cockney tongue ever known, Mary Poppins.
Wow.
God bless you, Mary Poppins. And in the charts, you had the Beatles, Roy Orbison, Ella Fitzgerald, and Simon and Garfunkel.
Well, if we're going to pick years after we'd pick Alan, because I wouldn't mind doing a comparison for everyone.
Okay, and also born in this year, you had Terry Hatcher, Carnell Reeves, Russell Crowe, who was actually born on my birthday, but in this year, and Lenny Kravitz. Who knew that Lenny Kravitz was born in the same year as you, Alan? Eh?
Yeah.
So was that the only invention that was developed was the computer that year?
Oh God, there's so much on this bloody. Hang on, 1964 technology. BASIC was introduced. Beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code.
Yeah. No, the first computer was 51.
Yeah, first computer was 51. The world's first high-speed rail network opens in Japan. The first Ford Mustang is manufactured. Sony introduces the first VCR home video recorder.
Oh.
The first driverless train runs on the London Underground, and China exploded its first nuclear bomb. So there you go. So, what year did you fancy, Terry?
Well, I was going to go to 61.
61. What happened in 1961? Of course. 1961 saw the first man into space. April 12th, 1961, Yuri Alexeyevich Gagarin.
I don't remember that.
Puts the wind up the Americans, not by just being the first man into space, but he was also the first man to orbit space.
To orbit Earth, even.
Yeah, to orbit Earth. Yes, because the Americans the next month put up Alan Shepard, but he didn't orbit the Earth. He just went up and said, "Yep, this is space," and came back down again. Their first two Mercury flights were suborbital. They were literally lob a bloke into space, and then he came back down again.
Yeah. Well, they did put them on top of basically an intercontinental ballistic missile. Let's face it, that's exactly what those things are designed to do.
But all of the Mercury missions were that, as were the Gemini missions, because the Gemini used Titan, and that was a ballistic missile, basically. What else have we got? Oh, The Bay of Pigs incident in Cuba. That was the same year. It's the year that John F. Kennedy was signed in as president, and it's also the year that the Soviet Union tested the world's largest nuclear bomb ever, the Tsar bomber, equivalent to 50 megatons, registered a 5 on the Richter scale.
Oh, dogs.
Who let the dogs out? Light from the blast was seen over 600 miles away.
Yeah.
Is that because of refraction?
No, because it was bloody bright and bloody big.
Oh, really high up in the air, huh? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
What else have we got? East German authorities closed the border between East and West Berlin as they start constructing the Berlin Wall. What else we got? The Soviet Union launched the Venera 1 space probe to Venus, but this one was just a flyby. It was the first of 16 probes that they sent there. 1961 technology, like we say, Yuri Gagarin. The first in-flight movie was shown on TWA. The first electric toothbrush was produced. Alan Shepard, we mentioned him. Niagara Falls starts producing hydroelectric power. And the first quasar is discovered by Alan Sandage at Mount Palomar, California. We've got the Guns of Navarone, 101 Dalmatians, El Cid, and West Side Story. Was it the flicks?
Oh, good movies then.
Black and white £5 notes cease to be legal tender in the UK, as does the farthing.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know it was that. I have been a subscriber to this for many years. The British satirical magazine Private Eye is published for the first time. That's obviously pre-In Hislop days.
Yeah.
The Worldwide Fund for Nature, the WWF, was started. It's got nothing to do with wrestling.
No.
And it was estimated that the world's population was about 4 billion people. Members of the UK Portland spy ring are found guilty of selling plans of the HMS Dreadnought, Britain's first nuclear submarine, to the Russians. Oh, here's another pertinent one to the old flat Earth arguments. The Antarctic Treaty System comes into force on June the 23rd, 1961, to regulate international relations with respect to Antarctica, to ensure that Antarctica shall continue forever to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes.
Yeah.
Nothing about people not allowed to go there.
No. Doesn't even stop countries using their military to support
Correct.
missions to the Antarctic.
Yeah. Oh, Britain applies for membership to the EEC.
and de Gaulle says none.
None. Yeah,
I think it was only we only got in 72, I think, because they'd got rid of de Gaulle by that time, hadn't they?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, he just didn't want us in. He weren't having it.
Yeah. He hated us with a passion, really, for some funny reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Considering that when he turned up in the UK, he was just some random French bloody colonel, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I thought they recycled your poop down at the Antarctic. Nope, man.
Yeah, well, they do. You bring it back with you and it gets recycled outside of the outside of Antarctica.
That sounds like that planet in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where you have to get a receipt every time you go to the toilet.
Get a receipt.
Yeah, they weigh you when you go into the resort, and they weigh you when you come out. And if you don't have receipts and there's a difference, oh, the dogs are still going.
I don't know what's going on down there.
They're either enjoying themselves or it's exactly the opposite. So there you go.
Yeah, it's interesting what things happen in history that are so long ago.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what then. Completely selfishly, I'm going to look at the year I was born. Oh, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The Beatles have disbanded. Apollo 13. Oh, Jesus, this isn't looking very good. The Boeing 747 makes its first commercial passenger trip to London. Luna 17 and Lunokhod Hood go to the moon. The first remote-controlled lunar rover. US invades Cambodia. This is not looking very good at all. Venera 7 lands on Venus and continues signaling for all of 23 minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether this would have been 71.
Oh, you're so close.
70?
Yep, 1970.
I could never remember the date for 13. I couldn't remember whether it was just before Christmas or just after Christmas.
Oh, I like the films. MASH, Patton, Woodstock, Hello Dolly, not sure about that, Catch-22, and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. One of the best Bond films ever made because it wasn't full of stupid gadgets. That was George Lazenby.
Yeah.
His one and only effort. The Beatles would Let It Be. Concorde made its first supersonic flight.
I was going to say Concorde was around about then, yeah.
Yeah, 700 miles an hour. So that's obviously still sort of, I suppose, in testing and whatnot.
Yeah.
I remember getting a cool pencil sharpener for school. That was Concorde.
That was the days of Harold Wilson and then Edward Heath.
Yeah.
And Australia's Prime Minister was John Gorton. Whoever that is, I don't know. Yeah,
was that the one that got... No, that wasn't the one that got removed.
No, you're thinking of Gough Whitlam. And Kerr.
Oh, and also had the very first LCD. Invented in England by George Gray.
Awful lot of stuff gets invented in this country. Shame it has to be produced by people from other parts of the world.
Yeah. Oh, I'm the same age as Naomi Campbell. Oh dear. Jimi Hendrix dies of barbiturate overdose. Janis Joplin dies in a cheap motel from heroin overdose. Simon and Garfunkel released their final album together, Bridge Over Troubled Water.
Yeah. I was thinking, no, Mark Bolan hadn't crashed his Mini into it.
The Isle of Wight Festival takes place. 600,000 people attend the largest rock festival of all time. Artists include Jimi Hendrix, The Who, The Doors, Chicago, John Sebastian, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Why the hell was I born in 1970? I would have loved to have gone to that festival.
You still got the
Wait,
tab
Jimi
open
Hendrix
for mine?
What's that?
You still got the tab open for mine? Because I didn't know what music came out in 60.
No, I can soon go back to yours. Hang on a minute. Let's find, what was it, 1960?
61.
Okay, 60s.
Yeah, I didn't know what music came out there.
1961. I think it came under popular culture. Come on,
I was just looking for a comparison of the music styles over the year in that decade between 61 and 71. Between Alan and me and then you, sort of thing.
Oh, that's useful. It doesn't actually list any music for 1961. That's really useful. Thanks, guys.
There was no music in 1961.
Clearly.
Say the music died.
I vividly remember being curious about that.
Okay, music. Let's see if I can. Music, 60s. Okay, in 1961, you had Stand By Me, Benny King, Blue Moon, the Marcells, and Runaway by Del Shannon. Oh, dear.
And then we can get. Did we go to Alan? Did we do Alan for music?
What was that? That was 64, wasn't it?
Yeah.
64, you had I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles, House of the Rising Sun, obviously by the Animals, and Oh Pretty Woman by Roy Orbison. That's some good stuff there. Particularly House of the Rising Sun. I do like a bit of the Animals.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I just looked at 1970. They list In the Summertime by Mungo Jerry. Ooh. Let It Be by the Beatles, and Spirit in the Sky by good old Norman Greenbaum.
He's knocking on the door. Hey!
Not really my sort of music, but I would love to have gone to that Isle of Wight festival. I mean, you know, the chance to see Jimi Hendrix and the Doors. Oh, that would have been quite something.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen some of the acts from that period live, but only a bit live.
Yeah,
because I have seen Bowie and Elton John.
I've seen the Who. I saw the Who at Hyde Park quite a few years ago.
Yeah, I saw some of them.
Exactly.
So, because I went to the Freddie Mercury tribute concert.
Yep.
And the list of people who turned up there is like a who's who of late 60s and 70s music.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, with some of the 80s thrown in as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Irish Stew. Yes, big shout out to Rory Gallagher. Yeah, amazing guitarist. Amazing. Well, just amazing performer. But he didn't last very long, did he?
Okay, we've done music, we've done technology. I was thinking about what a favourite dish or dinner would be in those time periods. Starting with Alan, 64.
What's that?
A favourite dinner or dish or meal back in 64. Because all foods do change over the years, so what would be something in 1964 that was popular?
Well, I mean, you have fish and chips, which was
that's always been popular, I think.
Oh, he has to go and mention fish and chips. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I could just do fish and chips right now.
You couldn't. So look, chips off Yarmouth Market, a meal for any time of the day, including 8:30.
Yeah, you still owe me. You still owe me a feed down there, you know.
My lad Ben turned up yesterday morning, just as my carer was finishing up, and she was still in the hallway, and he just opened the door and walked in like he usually does, and he's just over 6 foot. He's big lad with it, covered in tats and a big bushy beard. He walks, and because she hears the door, and she turns around, and oh my God, I'll scream. He must have scared the living daylights out of her. But he brought his mate down from Nottingham, and they said, yeah, we're going into town. We're going into the town later for chips off the market. And he was like, well, what's special about them? Well, they're just chips off the market, you know. They're just chips, but they're special because it's the Yarmouth market.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to try them to understand.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
It's just although the bloody seagulls are getting worse and worse. It used to be watch out for the pigeons because they've come. Right.
Yeah.
And they've put all the stalls now are under this enclosed marketplace area, which is like a big sort of tent thing that they put over where all the stalls are. And yeah, you get the pigeons under there sometimes, but now you get the bloody seagulls under there as well. I mean, we're talking seagulls with like 1.5 to maybe nearly 2 meter wingspans.
I think people don't realise just how big seagulls are until you get up close to them.
Our seagulls are only little.
No, a lot of the seagulls we get over here are quite a size.
Yeah, that's a big seagull.
Yeah, these aren't terns or stuff like that. These are really great black gulls, and oh yeah, they're the sort of biggish ones. They're quite a bloody size. The wingspans are actually quite big.
Yes. I mean, the bird itself, the average seagull, the sort of the body and the head and that, you know, that's like over a foot long. And then when they put their wings out, you realise just how much of a wingspan they've got. They are not little birds. They are quite a size.
Tennis racket. Yeah, you could say that. Shotgun.
Yeah. I don't think you're allowed to, though, are you?
In fact, 20mm Bofors anti-aircraft gun.
That'd do it. That'd sort them out. Jung, 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 jung.
Yeah.
Dodge that, you bastard.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that they will they will have, you know, the pigeons would used to land and would stand around in front of you waiting for you to chuck a chip on the floor for them. The seagulls will fly at you and grab them out, you know, grab the whole pack off you, whether you want to let it go or not.
Yeah. There we go. I think the two common ones that we see over here would be the European herring gull,
yeah,
that has a 1.2 to 1.6 meter wingspan, and the great black-backed gull, which is very similar at 1.5 to 1.7 meter wingspan. I mean, they are a fair-sized bird.
Yeah, I mean, you get a bird with a near 6 foot wingspan coming at you.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, and weighs 3 or 4 kilograms.
Yeah,
and it's got this big beak sticking, bright yellow beak sticking out the front. That's about 4 inches long. That looks like that looks like the bird ought to be arrested for carrying an offensive weapon.
Doris just asked me any info about the airspeed of a laden gull. Hang on a minute and I'll tell you. Oh dear. Too bloody fast when they're close to you, I'll tell you that much.
Brainerd, we don't actually see too many crows in town because I guess because we've got too much countryside around and they actually prefer the countryside. Far more small animals for them to bully in the countryside, and no bloody great big seagulls to go after them.
Oh, apparently gulls have a cruising speed of 22 miles an hour. Well, what they call their loiter airspeed, 22 miles an hour. There you go.
Yeah. I was going to say the cruise speed of a gull usually depends on how fast the wind's blowing, doesn't it? Because they're the consummate rider of the wind.
Yes. Oh.
They're good at hovering too.
Yeah.
I just found a Wikipedia page, list of birds by flight speed, and of course, top of the list is the peregrine falcon.
Yeah.
Maximum airspeed in flight has been registered at 242 miles per hour. That's in a dive.
Yeah. And you know how everybody says R.J. Mitchell got his inspiration for the Spitfire by watching the gulls flying?
Hmm.
If you actually look at the shape of the wings of the Spitfire, they're more pigeon wing shaped.
Yeah.
You know, because gulls have gulls have wings like gliders. You know, nice big high aspect ratio wings. That's why a bird with a relatively small body has got, you know, a 1.6 to 1.8 meter wingspan.
Oh, apparently the grey-headed albatross has a maximum horizontal speed of 79 miles an hour.
Oh.
That's not bad going.
No, that's pretty good.
2.2 meter wingspan, just over 7 feet. Yeah, they're big.
Is that level or horizontal?
Excuse me. Level is horizontal.
I was trolling Bev earlier over on Jim's.
Good man. That's what I like to see. He deserves it because, oh, don't get me started.
And we had to drag Peter away because I left him there.
Leave him alone. He's not worth it. Oh dear. How do these birds cope with Coriolis? I think it's the least of their worries, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because you see, it's not ballistic flight; it's controlled flight.
Yeah. I tell you what, I've got a lot. I let the hedge go for 2 years here, down the front of the garden.
Yeah.
So it's got like 20 feet tall and very wide. But my God, have I got a lot of bird's nest? You know, I've got all sorts of stuff in there. It's great. I like looking out the windows and seeing birds.
I've still got my 2 house martins. They're still flitting backwards and forwards above my bedroom window.
Yeah. I mean, we've got sparrows, robins, finches, all sorts of stuff around there. It's brilliant. I even heard, even in the spring, I looked out the window and there was a green woodpecker digging for whatever between. There's a concrete. I've got a concrete slab path that runs up from the drive to the house, and they're like 6 foot long and, you know, sort of standard path width wide, and it was stabbing for something between the slabs, but must have been going down 2 or 3 inches. This big old long beak. Don't know what it was after, but it was there for a while.
Yeah, office I used to work in years ago. It was sort of out in the countryside a bit, and sort of had some sort of nice gardens and lots of trees around it. We had no end of woodpeckers. You never saw them in the trees. They're all on the ground.
Never seen a woodpecker.
No?
Nope.
We had lots of woodpeckers. We used to have lots of pigeons kill themselves by flying into the windows. That really scares the shit out of you when you're sat there working at your computer and the window's about 2 foot away and the pigeon just goes into the window. And they tend to leave a perfect imprint of themselves against the glass, to the point that one, I think he realized at the last possible split second what was happening, and he hit the window with his head turned to the side, and you could see where his eye was in the dust that he'd left on the window. We came in one morning and there was a dead pigeon and it was a falcon or something. I don't know what sort of bird of prey it was, but obviously one had been chasing the other and they'd both flown into the same window and both broke their necks at the same time. It's just like, what the? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see what happened there. Yeah, for some reason they just didn't seem to see our office windows. It weren't that they were, you know, big plate glass windows or anything, but they just couldn't stop themselves flying into the bloody windows when you're sitting on the other side of it, you know.
Yeah, I really like the birds of prey. They're interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back in my younger days, I was really fond of the red-breasted mattress thrashers. They were always fun to watch.
I never know if he's joking.
Mattress thrashers.
I just said mattress or mantis.
Beautiful plumage.
Sweet bloody treat.
We've got some red kites flying around here at the moment. I think they're quite.
Get them up. Don't get them up here.
He's falling with style. Couple of years ago, I was sitting in my bedroom about 9 o'clock at night in the middle of the summer. And I looked down the garden and there was a bloody great big tawny owl, I think. It was almost white, sitting on the fence post. That was
snowy owl.
No, not a snowy owl. I said it
tawny.
Tawny owl.
Oh, tawny.
Might have been a barn owl, but it was like a couple of foot long, sat on the fence post between the garden.
Yeah. So some of our native owls grow to quite a size, and you're so used to seeing things in the distance. They're either up in the sky or you just catch a glimpse of them. You don't realise how big some of these things are until they get relatively close to, and you're just like, yeah, actually that's quite impressive. I've sort of seen some of our buzzards and things fly over before and think, yeah, that's got sort of getting on for a 6 or 7 foot wingspan. Some of those things are really big. Thank God they're not golden eagles.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mippet.
Yeah,
laptop issues. Yeah, they don't like it when you smack them against the counter out of sheer rage.
That's the size of our little seagulls.
Yeah, well, we get some of them.
Yeah. But usually big herring gulls we get.
Yeah, we get the big ones.
Blackback gulls, and they're
huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
My friend's cat tried to bring one through the cat flat one day. Didn't make it.
Come on in, meet the family. They're really nice. No, I don't want to.
I've got a friendly magpie that's starting to hang around out the back about last week. He'll come really close to me and everything, and starts making starts making funny sounds at me, like little squawking sounds. I go, "What do you want? I can't talk. I can't speak your language."
If you're gardening, they'll be looking for worms and things, probably.
Yes, Sam. They do love hot chips. In fact, we had that discussion a while ago.
Yeah.
Bin chickens, yeah. Bin chickens.
John Stock, bin chickens are different.
Oh, Dark Man, I've seen that show. It's amazing when they get into hunt for them. Eagle Hunters of Mongolia. Brilliant program. They train them to go and hunt for them. Oh, Milkman Dan, don't make me jealous.
I think my parents used to have an almost tame pheasant keep turning up and just sort of hanging around the yard and the back door where the cat food was. And I think Mum has quite a few bird feeders out now. So yeah, they had a pheasant hanging around for some time.
The one that doesn't get shot.
Yes.
Have you noticed this as well? That you never seem to see pheasants around during shooting season. But the minute shooting season's over, you see them all over the place.
Yeah, I don't think they're as stupid as some people would think. I think they have sort of inherited genetically over the years this recognition of 12 bores and the such,
Oh, what's this?
Oh, another home-built Cavendish.
This is courtesy of Blue.
Ah.
Watch it.
This is my competition here. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll watch it. We'll watch it.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I don't think there's much audio.
Ah.
He's lost out a lot of points already.
Oh, that's not era. Like back in the day, Cavendish didn't have those things.
No, so he's doing that right by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's his torsion wire. He used a guitar tuner to.
And your balls are shinier, Blue.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
He used a tungsten wire, and I checked out the size he said it is. It's like 0.02 of an inch diameter tungsten. But he made a box out of it's all mostly balsa wood. And he's got his laser. This thing works. This is along the lines of the sort of size of a Pasco type, store-bought Cavendish.
Yeah.
The only thing I could really criticize about what he did, when he opens it up, you'll see his small masses inside. He used copper cubes instead of spheres. So that's not exactly like a point mass. It won't resolve to a point mass.
No.
But, I mean.
Close. Going to be close enough.
Giving the guy a break, hell yeah, it's close. He made it out of balsa wood and then lined it with copper.
Copper, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I can see the laser point moving around.
Yeah, I think he does a little close up of that at some point, but yeah, I like that. I've been thinking about how I'm going to record the movement of the laser. This guy solved the problem. Just shine the dot on a piece of, something translucent.
Yep.
And take the picture from the other fucking side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. I can do that.
It also means you're not going to damage whatever camera you've got pointed at the laser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could get away with just setting up a webcam.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting.
So this is only concurrent because it's August 20 here.
Yeah. It's only yesterday.
Yeah. Terry, would you like to post that link in the side chat and in the inside chat so that we can all go over there and
Who has?
give him
Blue's put it in our chat. Yeah, it might be worth just sticking it in the
I'll stick it over there.
Yeah,
give it to the peanuts.
Yep.
Yeah, so they can.
Feature.
But obviously,
No,
it lacks the woodworking the Blue's done, which I think really sets his off. But yeah, it's still an interesting approach to it.
For a practical demonstration, though, it's still it shows the same.
Oh yeah. There's only so obviously there's only so much you can achieve looks wise with balsa wood and duct tape.
Yeah, but it's nice because it means that you can point to other people concurrently doing the same experiment.
Is there a reason why he put the copper on the outside of it? Like, was that
well, he built a Faraday cage by doing that.
Yeah, I realised that. But
you have eliminated any possibility of electrostatics. John Rapp thinks I ought to number the balls P and Q. I think I'll number the balls Q and E.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Rosie asked if you were going to paint them blue.
At some point, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Because that would go well with who likes to call you Billy Blue Balls?
All
Riley
of them.
tends to do that, but yeah, I think it was Riley who started it. Not sure.
Actually, Nathan, I think.
Did he? I struggle to keep track because I don't watch any of their streams. So
you see, the thing is, it still doesn't sound as good as Nathan Oakley Jokley or the Sleeping Liar.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we don't call him Anthony Liley for nothing. I see he's put out something else this morning, having a go at cats.
Oh yes, apparently it was that whole debate with cats and
Brummy.
Brummy. And apparently Brummy walked all over him and
no way.
It's they keep stating that just after they've had their asses handed to them. They go, yeah, I won that. I defeated him on every point. It's like, really? Were you in the same debate that everybody else was watching? They all do that.
Boggs, my balls are swinging even as we speak. I can show you my balls swinging if you'd like to see them.
And they don't sag anymore too, Boggs. We've fixed that.
Yeah, they don't sag. Where are my balls?
Do your balls hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow?
Can you throw them over your shoulder like a regimental shoulder?
Just on that argument of brummies that the gas is created at ground level, has he ever heard of volcanoes? Why isn't the atmosphere ultra dense at the vent of a volcano? Because there's a shitload of gas being produced there.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you could go the other way there too, Gravity, with here in Victoria, a lot of the alpine ranges are where all of your forest, bush, and you know all the grasslands are. Why is it down in the city in Melbourne? There's a higher density in comparison to the top of the hill where all the fresh oxygen's being released from the trees. You know,
because we're not sitting up on top of a hill eating beans, apparently.
Well, Peter, my view was, having spoken to Paul about this earlier, why is if the Earth is pushing out the air that we breathe, i.e., a complete mixture of mostly nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, why is it that the CO2 balance has changed all of a sudden? And if it is, why are the plants doing their thing with the CO2 to O2 plus complex hydrocarbons?
Well, with that, Alan, I really liked Kat's answer to Brummy there at one stage. He turned around and said, well, if you're right, if what you're saying is correct, where's all the nitrogen coming from? Because that's what's predominantly in our atmosphere. Where's all that coming from? And well, I don't profess to know everything, but you know, it was instant bloody duck and weave.
Yeah.
His answer to that is it's dynamic. It's a cycle. But he has no understanding of what the cycles actually are and how they work.
No. Funny that.
I kind of got to learn the water cycle because of the song. Because there's various water cycle songs, isn't there? There's one of her teachers at school actually used to take his guitar in and play it.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, like claiming that it's a cycle, well, let's think about it as a cycle then. Okay, so if all the gas is being released at ground level, then presumably there must be gas being absorbed somewhere, because if the gas wasn't being absorbed somewhere, it would just build up and the pressure would increase because there's a container, right?
Yeah.
So somewhere the gas must be being absorbed. Now, if the gas is also being absorbed at ground level, then that would mean that there's no net increase in gas at ground level. And so that wouldn't explain the density variation, would it? Now, if the gas is being absorbed somewhere higher up in the atmosphere, what's doing the absorbing up there? How is it being absorbed up there? So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered for his so-called model to work. It just doesn't work out.
Paul, you know what the answer is? You know that
magic, God.
I was going to say, you know that.
Oh, I know what the answer is.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no mechanism that does what they're saying.
No, of course not.
No. It's go on, Paul.
It's magic. It's called making shit up.
Using their own bromine demonstration, where they've got bromine in one side and a vacuum in the other side, or partial vacuum, and the little glass gizmo and they open the valve. Instantly, the pressure equalizes. It's exactly what would happen in this atmosphere. Instantly, the pressure at sea level and all the way up through the atmosphere should equalize. I mean, in a matter of a few seconds.
Yeah.
You've got to have some other force that's causing the gradation of the pressure, and we know what that force is.
Yeah. The thing is, all they have to do is say, "Well, air has weight."
You just invoked gravity. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. But I can have weight and deny gravity. Don't worry. Weight is because they just swap mass and weight around, don't they?
Yeah.
Mass and weight is the same thing. So gravity debunked. So only if you have the mind of a flirt.
I just want to know how, and let's be honest, there's been quite a few of them that have turned around and said, well, when they actually do get to the moon, well, then obviously I'm going to have to change my standpoint on the flat Earth. Well, how many of them, when we do go back to the moon, as it is the trip is coming, how many of them are just going to turn around and go, "Oh, that's CGI. It's all pretend." Is the astronaut going to have to pull out a P1000 and take a picture of the Earth from up on the moon before they believe it, or what's going to be their criteria of evidence before they actually agree to it? Is Nathan Oakley himself going to have to go up there? What's going to be the determining factor that they use and agree to as evidence that we've been there?
All the evidence in the world stares them in the face right now. More evidence is not going to change it.
No. They don't want evidence.
Hi, Jared. Jared out in the side chat.
No. Oh, hello.
Hey, Jared.
Don't think I've missed anyone else.
I would say come and join us, but I guess you're just about to go to work. Or
Yes,
on the
you
way
would
to
be.
work, or just arrived at work.
Hello, Brainery. Did I miss you? My apologies.
Yeah, Brady's been in the side chat.
I was shopping.
Wow.
According to Spurs Chemo, there is no pressure gradient, all because of temperature difference.
Yeah, we've all heard that one.
That's an old one. That one from Schemo.
Yeah, there's a technical term for that. It's called Barlux.
Barlux.
It's all old Barlux, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Squeak.
Meow.
What? What do you want? You ain't getting it.
He's telling you a joke.
An Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman walk into a bar. Yeah, come on, Squeak. I've heard that one before. Hey, come on. There you go. You just want a bit of fuss, don't you?
I didn't think we were allowed to tell those sorts of jokes anymore.
Aren't we? Why?
It's all right. There's no Irishman in here. You can do it.
Don't talk too loud.
I think we've only got 2 Irishmen in today. Oh, sorry, an Irishman and somebody who lives there.
Oh, bloody cat hair everywhere. Sort
Burn
yourself
it
out.
in the panel.
Yeah, I was looking at the side chat as well.
Okay, Stu and Matt.
I'm sure if you took Stu to a bar, he'd be quite happy.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Brainery says, "Here's a joke: an Irishman walks out of a bar."
I got a joke for you, Farmer. Knock knock joke. You go first.
Okay. Knock knock.
How can you go first? You don't have the punchline.
Wait. Hey, look. I just can't on with it.
I think the joke is he's not answering the door.
He's not in then. Oh, that's when he's on mute. Knock knock. Oh, are you on mute?
Yeah, he's
No. I was supposed to say who's there, but I could. I was laughing too much.
Apparently, Squeak, somebody else's cat heard you. Yeah.
I can't stand
Do you want to talk to Stan? There's a cat called Stan that could hear you. Hey? You're not going to say a bloody word now, are you?
You've touched her. She's got some attention.
Oh.
Look who.
What?
Look through the keyhole on your sleeve. Boom.
At least you're not stroking your puss on camera.
What does that sound like? One of Pip's stories.
Yeah.
Biting the tongue.
Yeah, rubbing yourself against the arm of the chair isn't going to achieve anything, is it, Kat?
Because she's corrupted us all, was what I was going to say.
Oh.
We're needing something special for my 2000th.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I know someone was going to be doing something, but it's busy at the moment, so I don't think that'll come out in time.
Well,
What about a story about a farmhouse cat and a rooster? It can be the tale of the cock and pussy.
You fancy writing it?
I'll work on something for you.
I should write that down now. I'll have to change the name for YouTube reasons.
Fair. We could put this one up on like Pornhub or Minivids instead.
Just use the word cockerel instead.
Yeah, that's what I did. The other one I don't.
Oh, Dan just posted a pic of his
Got the
pussy
title.
so-
Now, strangely enough, that looks very much like my other cat, Bubble, who is completely black.
That looks like my cat, Licorice, who's completely black.
Except
Am I
for
allowed
a
to?
few
Am I
odd
allowed
grey
to share a
bits.
picture of a pussy on screen?
Yeah, Terry.
I think you can.
As long as you're careful.
Mhm.
It's all right. It's got all of its fluff.
Yeah, and
Oh, I just got the Lego picture as well. Yeah, that looks like my Licorice. I think all black cats look the same though.
yeah, that's a younger version of Bubble, who's no doubt asleep downstairs somewhere.
Mine's got kind of white hairs around his neck because I put a collar on him when he was younger.
I think Bubble's getting some grey hairs.
I don't know what age he
So
is.
she's 14,
11?
so
I think mine's 10. 10 or 11. He'll be out gallivanting as usual. See him when he eats.
yeah, mine don't do that anymore. They don't gallivant around here. I think they're quite happy just to stay indoors and let the world go by, aren't you, Squeak? Yeah, you're not as nimble as you used to be.
Sorry. I love Saber Eagles. Flat Earth version. No. You're presupposing a door. You can't prove there isn't a doorbell. How did you wiggle the independent letterbox? Were those knocks orthogonal?
Clever.
No, I knocked in perspective. Oh dear, yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. You're presupposing a door. Oh dear. Oh, where's she gone?
I think it's time for slide 22.
Slide 22. Well, there it is. You can see slide 22.
Yeah, everyone can see slide 22 now.
I almost completely arched up my channel yesterday when I made that sock. I don't realise I changed my actual Pi Parrot to slide 22. And I went out.
Oops.
Oh, shit.
What is that? I had it there a minute ago. How do I get there?
That ain't slide 22.
I know. I
No.
thought, how do you make it?
Where's slide 22?
Nah, that's not it.
It's better to present. He wants to present slide 22.
Just double click on Farmers Boys.
Yeah.
I can't do that. It makes
Unfortunately,
it go full screen if I do that. I've
It's
got to.
dropped a little bit. But
I've got to do it a different way. It's not very big. I got a bigger one.
That's what she said.
Braggart.
Is it what she said?
Yes. That's what makes it even funnier.
To which you go, oh, well, we got this far. In for a penny.
Oh, pardon me.
There you go, Pip. I've put up a picture of me for your was it 2000 show or whatever it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's a exposed
Okay.
picture of me.
Where?
On my profile.
Um,
Yeah, it's a bit overexposed.
I guess.
Is it overexposed, that Peter? Just a little.
Slide 22.
There it is. In all its glory, slide 22.
Yeah, slide 22.
We still didn't get
To
to
which
discuss
Travis
slide.
said, it waves.
Oh, geez. Now, wouldn't it be good if Katz was to make one of his wonderful renditions of songs that he does about how Travis can ill-explain this whole ether band business, but can't even explain slide 22.
Yeah.
What gets me is I noticed there is a distinct change in the latitude and longitude reported between the two photos, even though they're only 7 seconds apart. But
I just hope someone called the lifeguard, because that boat's definitely sinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even care. They haven't even got their life preservers on.
Actually, what you have to remember is that is not that is a photo of boats disappearing over the horizon. But what you have to remember is that that's also a distinct indication that the horizon depends on how high you are, because the only significant difference between those two images is I believe 5 feet.
Yeah.
Well, no, not even 5 feet, 4 feet, because
I think
about 2 feet to about 6 feet.
Yep.
He basically stood up.
Was it? I think it was Woofy on one of his times when he was over at Perth, and he was taking pictures of that lighthouse over there. That remember when he walked up up the hill, that was directly the road ran east west, and he walked up the hill away from the beach, and then all of a sudden he could see the lighthouse in all its glory. Oh, I can't remember the island. It was
Rottenness.
It was with Wolfie 6020, I think it was.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He walks up the road because there's a road that faces directly west. And
oh yes.
It's good for photos on the equinox.
Yeah,
and you can walk up it, and you see it's the light. I think it's the light. I think it's Rottennest Island that's on Perth. Rottennest. I know.
No, I don't think it's.
Island
I don't think it's
Rottennest. Off part of your coast with a lighthouse on it. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's Rottennest, but I could be wrong.
You like my new avatar, Peter?
Yeah, I like the name as well.
Travis's bogeyman. Slide 22.
That's wonderful.
I was going to put slide 22 at the top of all of the photos in this current slideshow, but I did one and realised it was going to take me bloody forever, so I decided I wouldn't bother.
So
call that a shoot.
The only way you could make that better, Gravity, is if you had a avatar of Travis trying to climb up the slide section.
Yeah.
I'm currently in
Still
Perth,
doing it
Australia, and
Oh, that's Wolfie's latest.
That is Woofy.
Yeah, man down. I put a picture of my cat in Versac as well.
So your pussy likes to play with dolls.
Yeah.
Okay, where's my black pussy? If we're doing a comparison of black pussies.
It's actually not even a doll. It's a big.
Okay, here's mine, and I haven't got the faintest idea what's going on. I'll put that in fair suck. Walked into the bathroom and thought, what you doing?
I need to find a picture. I've got mine when he was a kitten.
Just
and the dogs.
It's a pussy having some private time.
Yep. I'm just hiding behind the towel. It was like, what do you think you're doing? And I must admit, after a couple of seconds, she sort of got up and wandered off, looking slightly sheepish and embarrassed. What are you doing? Oh dear.
So that's the one, Terry.
Where'd the lighthouse go? Wait a minute. Disappeared. Wait a minute. I can bring it back. There it is.
And the whole island as well. Not only we brought up the lighthouse back, but we can see the whole damn island. We can even see some of the surf. I noticed we could even see some of the surf splashing up.
Oh, there's
it's a bit.
there's an image that Travis likes, that mirroring down the bottom there.
There may well be a little bit of miraging and thingy.
At that distance, you'd kind of expect something.
Yeah, look at the distance you're looking. That's a long way.
That's something they don't really think.
Can anyone read the specs there if he's got it written?
You'd have to. It's just come up. You've got your.
The distance between observer and target 20 kilometers. Observer height 2 meters, target height 30 meters, Earth radius 6371 kilometers. Oh yeah, it's Rottnest Island, Bathurst Lighthouse.
Bathurst, that's it. Bathurst Island.
No, well, Bathurst Lighthouse on
Lighthouse. Yeah, on Rottnest, yeah. Yeah, that's where I was getting confused with, Alan. Because I knew it was another. I knew it was another town in Australia, and I'm thinking, oh, geez, what was it? But I didn't realise that's just the lighthouse.
Yeah, well, of course, there's a Bathurst in New South Wales, isn't there?
That's correct.
With rather a famous racetrack.
Yes.
Sorry, slide 22.
What?
Oh, I got to keep bringing it up in case Travis might be watching.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Anytime there's silence, I just.
Apparently, Travis's ether band took the day off.
Yeah, and you have to remember those two photos were taken 7 seconds apart.
Yeah.
So whatever condition. So I'd like to see how they could explain a change in the conditions that allows the boat to change like that by simply raising the camera by 4 feet and taking another photo 7 seconds later.
Can we make up our own name? Is that all right? Because, like, obviously, flat earthers make up their own names for things that don't exist.
Yeah.
We'll just call it because.
That seems like a really good idea.
Just because. And if you don't understand it, that's your problem, not mine.
Yeah.
Well, it's because the light squishes above and below your eye line.
Brilliant. Well done.
Yeah.
No. Shit. Burn. Shit.
Yes. Oh, well.
Oh, you just broke the silence, Peter. I was just about to.
Well, I had to say something because it just got too quiet.
Yeah, I know. I can't breathe any heavier.
Well, I could, but
Yes.
I'll probably get up in trouble again.
Yes, Dan, that is exactly the difference 4 foot makes when you're standing at the seaside.
Lemon was on the verge of agreeing with me yesterday about Coriolis, which immediately caused me to start questioning my own fucking sanity. At that point, I knew I must have said something wrong. And did any of you hear that debacle yesterday with Rakia and who's that guy? Chris Berry, Rakia, and crap, I can't think of what his name is.
Was it Dark Seed?
No. It's yeah, Samuel. That's it. Carl said.
Oh, right. Was that during the show or afterwards?
No, it was during the show. It was all about the argument about reference frames and Coriolis.
After I'd explained it for about the half dozen, the sixth time, it's like, okay, I'm just going to sit back and let this crack on, because it's like they hadn't got a clue. I mean, everything is in the same reference frame, and I think that's one of their major misunderstandings. They think that you've got, you know, like the projectile or whatever is in a different reference frame, or the atmosphere is in a different reference frame.
Right in there somewhere.
It really was epically painful.
Oh, yes.
There's you. Somewhere there.
That's Samuel.
Yeah. The problem is with these new faces that are coming along, they're not bringing anything new. They're just going back to the old arguments that we thought we'd put to bed some time ago. And they just seem to be bringing up the same old crap again.
Same old.
Yeah, just goes right. It's almost ecological arguments, because they're just recycling.
Look, there's a farmer.
Where?
Yeah, I can see you.
I'm not.
Yeah, right there next to Lemon Bird. Your best mate.
I think that must have been one of the many times I was telling him to shut the fuck up, because he was about as useful as a chocolate oven.
That useful?
Yeah, that useful. As useful as farting in a field of fertilizer.
It's not even as useful as a chocolate fire guard.
Nope.
I'll play a bit if I can find the right bit.
I might go on there today on Jose's today and do a 10-minute rant on reference frames.
That'd be good. And and those idiots would just completely ignore you.
Jose did say that he'd open it up for anyone that's prepared to do a presentation in the first part of the show.
Yep, he's said that for the last year and a half. You know, he's always up for that.
And you'll be the only one in there. You won't have to worry about any of the mongs going in there and making a fool of themselves.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah, he's asked me to go in there and do one about my photographic observations. The only problem is it's right around the time I have my bloody dinner.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be able to find it. I'll be scrolling here forever.
What are you looking for?
What you were talking about on Jose's.
Well, it was the whole show.
It's that whole damn thing in there.
That's the problem. It was 4 hours of the same shite.
That's the trouble with all these shows. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. Because who here remembers who and what we were talking about when my daughter came in and asked me that certain question that I can't play the audio.
Which one was that?
You were there, Farmers. Blue was there.
I was there, but I can't remember exactly which one it was and who it was, and I can just remember. Are you talking to retards?
Who it was and who we were talking to and what the subject was that day.
Yeah, pass. Same old shit we've been talking about for the last year and a half or so, 2 years, whatever.
Well, I thought what we were talking about now might have kind of given it away.
It could well have been that.
It was Coriolis, and it was Travis.
Well, there you go.
And we just showed him the Tom Scott video of Tom Scott in that rotating room.
Ah.
Because we started with the merry-go-round, and then he wanted the atmosphere going around with everything as well. We found that video of Tom Scott, and we showed him that video, and it was like,
I remember that.
there you go. Everything you asked for. In fact, I just finished saying to him, we've just shown you everything you asked for. And Rosie walked in and said, are you talking to? Because she obviously heard the tone of voice I had, because I had that tone of voice of, come on. You've moved the goalpost far and bloody enough.
Yeah.
You mean the grumpy granddad voice? Oh, you weren't a grumpy granddad at that stage?
No, more likely the grumpy dad voice.
Yeah.
At least you weren't using your soft and subtle, quiet voice.
My ASMR voice that I used to have to hear when talking at 2:00 in the morning, because I was like 3 foot away from her, from them when they were asleep in the room next door. Yeah.
Have we got any videos or anything you want to watch, Alan, or something?
I think it'd be nice to finish up with a pip. Oh, and I suppose we better try and remind everybody that Pip has a thing tonight. 9:30 BST.
Yes, I do. It would be early. It might be earlier, but I'll let you know. I've got a meeting tonight.
6:30 in the morning here in Australia.
I have a meeting.
Well, I'll be there, Pip.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh, I know, because you'll tell me.
Yep.
Now. Yes. Yes, boss.
Yeah, anybody out in the side chat? Well, Tusk, I think Tusk is just still there. So I was scrolling through. Carol, Tusk.
And you're definitely not getting my phone number, so you can ring me up to remind me.
I just put an at everyone in the Discord. Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah.
No, not if the computer's not on.
I just need to. Milton Dan. Best bet for what you want is a second-hand Canon or Nikon, or second-hand DSLR in general. Anything made in the last 10 years is going to be fine. And then, 55. The 55. Well, the 55-250 is the one that is good for the. It's the Canon lenses that are good. The 55-250 is really good. Don't be tempted to buy a 7300. Buy the 55-250. It's so much of a better lens that you'll be able to crop, and it will still make a better photo than one of the 300s. But there you go. Bit of advice, and now now back to
your phone.
Now back to your phone.
Yeah, and I shall
Better
be
get
back
that.
before we finish. Yeah,
Might be a phone call.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Another happy birthday, Alan.
Yeah.
Can you wriggle the call? It's not real. Good on you, Carl.
the moon.
Indeed. This is amazing, this one.
Yeah, I got to keep something for tomorrow. Just scrolling up.
Oh yeah.
I was just scrolling up to see what's. I think we can go back to the last ones we watched the other day and then scroll back down again. See who we've missed.
John Rep thinks it's the stripper calling to verify.
Wouldn't that be a trick to play on him? The person comes to do his housework, his carer thing, and they turn up. He goes, "You're not my normal carer." I said, "Yeah, the other person called in sick. I'm just doing it temporary for the day."
French maid costume, yes.
Yeah, I was about
absolutely.
to say the same thing.
Ah, yeah. Whoopee!
But she's got to have the feather duster as well.
Yeah, well, of course. Feather duster, the 5-inch FMPs, and what else? Oh,
A
anything
micro,
else? is optional.
micro mini.
Are you
Gotta
guys
have the
going by
micro
memory,
mini.
or are you just thinking that that's what they should do?
Last week, Terry. So, are you looking for something to play just now? Are you? Terry?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling back through me
Well,
shits and see what's laying around.
Arctic Reflections.
Yeah, I'm not.
Reflections
Yeah,
dropped something 2 hours ago.
yeah, it has to be
Unless
derpy
you don't-
funny. I don't want anything just normal like Anton or something.
Goodness. Sleeping Warrior. Did
Dr.
you want to
Bob
watch?
and Dallas
Oh, no,
Dave
it's-
was a bloody laugh that was. Well, we know what Dallas Dave's like.
Oh god, yeah.
What else have we got?
Bandy.
Is Bandy still playing out in the peanut gallery?
You can't have big blue balls without a container.
Go to your room, Bandy.
Yeah. And think about all the mistakes you've made in life.
Look, he's already proven gravity. I don't know what else he can do now.
If you start making Bandy thinking about all of the mistakes he's made in his life, he's going to have to take a box of Kleenex and probably some lube as well.
Bill Billy.
Stop laughing at me, Bandy.
Did we ever see an Everett Anderson Flat Earth Australia fail?
I think that was about Mitchell.
I can't remember it.
The chat's funny this morning.
Yeah.
Yes, Fred, but I don't get pissed off. I get even.
Well, as Aerosmith saying, don't get mad, get even.
Plumps are knocking. So you want some dirt, do you, Terry?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Dip, 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 dip.
Blue said he was going to do one, but I don't know if he's still doing it.
No.
You said you were going to have a play around to see if you were going to.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I need to do a video. I hadn't done one in a week.
Oh, jeez, that can't be good for your algorithm.
Yeah. I don't care about my algorithm.
I know that.
I've been more interested in my balls.
Ah,
Look at my
sorry about
balls.
that.
You're back, Alan?
Yeah, I'm back. That was son-in-law ringing me up to wish me a happy birthday. While also swearing at other drivers on the road because, hey, let's get in the way of the truck.
Oh.
I did ask it. I've told him he's got to start having the dash cam on, recording all the time, so that we can have a channel. So we can start doing dash cam on the channel as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because he said, well, he said he almost needed one yesterday because some bloke overtook him on the 140, cut it in tight, and so Nathan gave him a blast on the horn, and the bloke brake checked him.
Oh,
a really clever thing to do to a truck loaded to 32 tons loaded to a full 32 tons with stone dressing for the road.
Yeah, an incredibly stupid thing to do. But then the people who brake check tend to have done something stupid in the first place, and then they'll go and brake check you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always nice when you pull up on the right hand side of those cars and you start indicating that you're going to move over the top of them, and you watch them brake check themselves really quickly.
I mean, big lorries and things, whether I'm in the car or on the motorbike, I give them room because, you do something stupid, they're just going to run over the top of you. You get, especially on the motorbike, you're just going to get wiped out. It's no, give them room. Don't think, oh, dual carriageway, there's a roundabout coming up ahead. I've got time to overtake him, get in front of him, and then slam the anchors on. No, that's such an incredibly stupid thing to do.
Yeah, that whole philosophy that trucks are heavy and their brakes don't work as well. They kind of take a little bit longer to slow down.
Yeah. I'd like my estate car to remain an estate car and not suddenly become a compact.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially while you're in it.
Especially whilst I'm in it, yes. I don't suddenly want the back seats pressing up against me when I'm in the front seat. Oh, where's most of my car gone? He's just used me as a crumple zone. Yeah, it really does defy belief how some people drive. They've got no concept of what they could potentially be allowing to happen and the danger they're putting themselves in. They're bigger than you. Give them room. Be polite.
Well, Terry, I know that you're kind of looking for something at the moment, and I've noticed that your mate Wally just dropped another one.
Yeah, I see that.
So that means you'll still have two to play, or you'll still have one to play tomorrow night.
Yeah, if we go from the bottom of the list and keep that one, which other one are you thinking above that?
Well, he did one. Was it yesterday?
You got Snowman Dan, Moon Experiment, then you got scrolling up. Sensible E-Marbles Flood Earth Laser Test. Different Andersons. Dallas Dave convinced Bobo Earth is flat. Where's
Yeah, so
Wally's?
the last one he did was Flat Earth Fails.
Yeah, I've got that.
Which
Flat
was
Earth,
which
Flat Earth,
was our mate Riley once again.
Oh, we could probably do that one then. How long does that go for? That goes for 8 minutes. That's not too bad. I don't know what else we're doing. This is Alan's show.
Yeah, well, we can have a quick video, and then is there a pick we can play?
I'll put one in any other vids for you. It's quite appropriate for
Brilliant.
the clone vote earlier.
Because I do have to go to Latham's and get some milk and some beer.
Okay, I'll line that up.
Because I will need milk in the morning for breakfast, and I'm going to have beer with my dinner tonight.
Yay! Why not? It's
Yay.
your birthday.
I'm having steak and chips.
Oh, nice.
Well, it'd be sacrilegious not to have beer with it.
Yeah.
I generally don't drink much anymore because I just don't. But yesterday's Jose's hangout was so bad that I had to go downstairs and make myself a pint of Black Russian.
A pint of Black Russian.
Well,
Just a pint.
It's the only way that I can drink Black Russian, and it is also back in the day what got me very close to liver failure. But I did just have a pint of Black Russian.
Oh God.
Well, it's about an inch of vodka in a pint glass, half an inch of Tia Maria, and then a can of Diet Coke out of the fridge with some ice. And I used to be able to sink 4 or 5 of them a night without even trying, until the doctor said, "Your liver, it's almost given up the fight." Oh shit! Really?
Well, that's as good a reason as any to stop drinking.
Yep. Oh yeah, I went from drinking over 100 units a week to 0 for 6 months. Unfortunately, your liver can heal itself to quite a large extent, actually. But yeah, I'll never forget. He did explain. He said on a scale of 1 to 4, 1 being your fine and 4 being your fuck, I was a 3.5. I know. Duly noted.
You know I don't like cats, and I'm getting spammed over in bloody fair suck of all these cats.
There's some very nice cat pictures, I'll have you know.
Kitties.
Yes, I think they're about 6 months old then, and they still liked each other. They don't now.
Look at mine in the Xbox One box.
With the laser eyes. Pretty cool.
Okay, slide 22. I mean, where's Wally?
Becomes a verbal tick after a while, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't know, where's Wally been lately? I haven't seen him.
He was in Jose's hangout yesterday. Well, in the side show.
Hey everybody, where's Wally here? Firstly, before I get started pointing out today's many fails by Anthony, a quick question to Sleeping Warrior. Hey mate, what happened to the discussion on star trails shot from the ISS? Did you just want to move on, did you? Did you just give up? Well, that's a shame, because I had a whole bit where I was shooting star trails using my tripod and my P900, and it was sitting on the concrete driveway. And I had a seismic geophone. Yes, Wally's got one of them too. Well, instead of setting up my own geophone in the backyard, I thought I'd show you just how easy it is to do your own home brew. You can MacGyver one up using a tray of water and a torch and a large garage door, as I did here. So you can see that it's relatively still. Slight breeze does ripple the surface a little bit, but as I walk around, the ripples created do wobble the water enough that it shows up on the reflections on the garage door. So now you have a way of determining your own vibrations. And this is on a concrete driveway, by the way. So, kind of very sensitive. I bet you if I did a star trail while I was doing that, you wouldn't even notice. Okay, so to today's fail. And a shout out to Volcano Image. Mate, you've done a great job. I think everyone should give him a sub and a like and a subscribe, because he was taking it right to Anthony. And thank you for taking the time to point out that Anthony's fails, they were so great and so frequent that number of fails start making sane people wonder, is he just doing this on purpose?
Now, even if you could produce evidence of octantis, the issue is not that you can see it, dumbass. The issue is that you can see it looking in the same direction as your peers.
Sleeping Warrior, you're either trying to muddy the waters and confuse things, or you're just dumb. I'm not sure which. I guess we all got an opinion on that, but really, the South Celestial Pole, whether you can see the centre star or not, doesn't matter, is the very definition. It's what all Boy Scouts use to find south. It's the equivalent of the North Star in the north. Come on, dude, how hard can this be? Actually, despite Tony trying hard to reframe the problem he has here, the issue for him is that these two observations can see the South Celestial Pole at the same time.
Now, the issue is not that you can see it. The issue is the direction that you're looking when you think you're looking south relative to the direction that the other guy is also looking when he thinks he's looking south, without assuming or presuming that you are actually looking south. You don't have an independent way, an absolute reference point to prove that you are actually looking in the same direction.
Yes, you do. It's called observing where due north is as given by the local apparent noon, and then making an adjustment for the analemma, and looking 180 degrees away from that. It's so easy.
It isn't possible to look south at the same time as the other guy, because one guy's looking southwest, the other guy's looking southeast. And how do I know that? Because I've looked into it. There's something called magnetic declination. And that tells us that the compass adjustment needs to be done because you're not actually looking south, apparently, and you can't rely on your compass to demonstrate that you are actually looking south.
No, the whole idea of the magnetic declination is so that you can know exactly where the South Pole is using a compass.
Yeah. This is how I know that it isn't a ball, because if it was a ball, you wouldn't need to correct for a compass, because the geographic and the magnetic South Pole would be the same thing.
We have a claim, folks. We have a claim. So, Tony, unless you can prove why they must be the same to be a globe, then all you have is a claim by a flat earther. How hard is this for you to grasp, Tony? The geographic and magnetic poles are offset, not in the same place, positionally different. They don't line up. And all you need is a correction to fix that, dude, which is what magnetic declination is all about.
And do it on a ball. Don't try and do it on a flat. We don't make any claims. We don't have a model. We don't have a map, as you keep telling us. Go and do it on a ball. It does not lie with us to prove flat. You've got to prove that two observers, one in Australia and one in Africa or America or in any combination that you want,
Nearly lost
you
that mouth
prove
too.
that they are looking due south, and it's externally verifiable that they are relative to each other looking in the same direction. And you can't do it. There are no absolute directions to prove it.
You can, and we are using stars. So that was the problem in the first place, wasn't it? Anthony, you want proof that you are looking due south, and it's staring you in the face. The fact that you can see a southern rotation, the SCP, the center of the South Celestial Pole, the center of rotation of the southern stars, is the most definitive proof that you're ever going to get. That is telling you you're looking due south.
And do it on a ball. Don't try and do it on a flat. We don't make any claims. We don't have a model. We don't have a map, as you keep telling us. Go and do it on a ball.
Oh no.
So it turns out that all that matters is that you can see the South Celestial Pole at the same time, because on the flat Earth model, when you eventually get around to presenting one, no matter what it is, you will not be pointing in the same direction at all, because the Earth is flat. You cannot be. And we can demonstrate that the South Celestial Pole can be seen simultaneously at multiple locations at the same time while looking anti-north.
And do it on a ball. Don't try and do it on a flat. We don't make any claims. We don't have a model. We don't have a map, as you keep telling us. Go and do it on a ball. Why don't you dedicate a video to demonstrating two observers, one in America or Africa, and then the other observer is in Africa or in Australia, looking due south at the same time and seeing the same star rotation and proving that they are looking at the south rotation point at the same bearing or the same direction as the other guy. And that evidence does not exist. If it did exist, I would be a ball earther and I would be in your position thinking that I knew fucking everything.
Okay, now here is the evidence that you seek, Tony. So let's remove direction from this entirely. So let's have an observation where direction doesn't matter. How can you do that, Wally? I hear you squeak. Well, it's really easy. How about I stand in a place such that no matter which way I turn and look, I can see the South Celestial Pole in exactly the same place. Like directly overhead, like straight up. So here is a brilliant star trail, a time-lapse, Tony. Now have a good look. Now if I point directly up, and that is where south is, oopsies, anti-north, then where exactly is north? Oh, directly down maybe? Straight through the ground? Ooh, what does that mean?
And do it on a ball. Don't try and do it on a flat. We don't make any claims. We don't have a model. We don't have a map. As you keep telling us. Go and do it on a ball.
Now I would be tempted to say welcome to Globe Earth, except you will have to pass the entrance exam to get back in. Question 1. A triangle has sides 1, 1, 1. Oh, and Anthony, it looks like we're playing a little bit of Wolfpack Bingo. That's 3 out of 6, so I've had a go at you already. I guess the other guys will be waiting in the wings to have a go at you soon too, hey? Okay, so if you liked what I've done here, give me a like and a subscribe. I've been Where's Wally. Have yourself a very good 2020.
I'll be mostly hearing nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say, weren't like we really needed to hear that audio on the end to know exactly what was being said.
Maybe you're.
No, it might have been me. Because I'm
I
hearing
think
you
it was
guys.
you.
My headset battery went on me, and I had to change the battery.
Ah, somebody said that. Carl said that.
Carl said that.
Said your headphone battery had gone.
Carl psychotic.
So what? You couldn't hear the rest of the video?
No.
Well, that's weird.
Brainerd says it played on YouTube fine.
Oh, did it?
Oh, they heard it out there.
Oh, well, that'd have been even more confusing then, because they would have heard it. We're all going, oh, we can't hear it. No, it's okay. The panel's just lost it again. You must be used to it by now.
Yeah, too much derp in our brains.
Well, what is an Alan and Terry co-production if it's not full of technical issues?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to have some technical issue.
Yep, it's true. It's written down somewhere, isn't it, in the terms and conditions?
In the rules.
I think it's in. I think it was in rule. Rule
6.
was it?
Oh, Brainerd said didn't hear the panel during the video though. So
So we couldn't hear the video and they couldn't hear us. Yeah, I suppose that works. Oh dear.
So if Terry's headset turns off, no one can hear us. That's a good thing to know.
Oh, I couldn't hear Wally, but I was listening. But I am listening in the panel. Yeah, that's because you could. That's because we couldn't hear Wally either, Carl.
I'll just check
on
again.
a ball.
Yeah.
Don't try and do it on a
Yeah,
flat. We don't make any claims.
So
We don't have a
everyone
model.
can
We don't
hear
have a
that.
map.
Yeah, that's working.
As you keep telling us.
Yeah, all because the headset battery went funny. That's weird, though.
Not because the lady loves.
Me.
Metro.
Okay.
It shows his knowledge base if he can't work out which way's south without a compass, and it's. I don't know. I'm really starting to think that a lot of it's.
Possibly
for
suggesting
crying out loud.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Riley can't find his own ass. How do you think he's going to find the South Pole?
Well, I know how he finds his ass.
I wouldn't want to be
Every time he has an idea, it falls out of it.
But the thing is, you're looking up at the sky if you're looking for the stars. So of course they're going to be all.
Because you see, it's funny. On a clear night here, I can go out into the back garden and I can tell you exactly where north is without a compass or a compass app on the phone or anything like that. I can just go out. I can turn to I can turn to my right a little bit and look up and go, north's that way.
Yeah, and it's the same down here. Like from a young boy, when my father used to take me camping, he pointed out the Southern Cross and how to work out which way was south, so that if while we're camping, if I'm lost, I know which way is south, so that there's if I'm walking in a direction, I'm walking in one direction, not walking in a circle. It's everyone gets taught, if their parents are somewhat knowledgeable in that type of area, how to work it out.
Yep.
I mean, I can remember my dad showing me as we called it, the Big Dipper, and how to find the North Pole. And where we lived, you couldn't see many stars because it was in on the eastern suburbs of London. So it was like.
Strangely enough, I grew up calling it the plough.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, funny. I did. It wasn't long before I learned it was called the plough.
Yeah,
that was the other name we used for it. Even though it is, but it's actually the North. Polaris is part of Ursa Minor, but we always use Ursa Major or bits of Ursa Major to find it.
Yes, because it is so. When you can see the stars, it's so clear to see, and it does, point so closely. Those two end stars point so closely to where Polaris is. It's so easy to spot.
And as somebody who grew up in the suburbs of London, you can see the plough is visible.
Yes.
The plough is you can see the plough. You can see most of Orion, especially the belt. But they're mostly the constellations that they're the only two constellations I really know, because they're the only ones you could really see on a regular basis properly. Yeah, I mean, you'd see. Otherwise, you'd just see random stars, really. Well, anyway, I think we better have our Pipinori before we all say goodnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to do the honours in the peanut gallery, Alan?
Yeah, I shall start typing this very minute.
Blue balls. Parenting is dirty business. Oh, that's an old one. We are taught we have to watch what we say when little ears are present, but good news, there's a loophole. Even though society and dirty minds have taken away so many expressions, the innocence of children allows us to bring them back and get some cheap chuckles along the way. Take a moment to relax, unwind, and enjoy the moments that follow. Giving a helping hand.
There it is.
I don't swallow. Lick from the bottom up. Only Mummy and Daddy can screw. Don't choke the chicken.
Choke the chicken.
Don't rub her kitty so hard. Let's go for a quickie. Let me get your zipper. Playing around. I go both ways. Harder, honey. Don't stop. Don't stop. Grab your balls.
Okay.
Blow me. Bang it out. What's your favourite position? It's better on top. Rub one out. Put it in slowly. Is this your first time? Can you get it up? Let's do a threesome. Between adults. Your package is huge. While you're down there,
Yeah.
I want a boy toy. She goes down easy. Everyone fakes it. Let him get off by himself. And take my cherry.
I've forgotten that one.
So did I.
Every time, Bill.
Oh, let me just rub one out. Oh dear, me and Dad always used to have a chuckle over that because come harvest time, you'd have to go and get a handful of wheat and grind it up and check the moisture content. And when you get a couple of 3 ears of corn, the process of separating the corn from everything else is known as rubbing it out. And he'd say to me, "Here, son, just nip over the road, grab yourself some wheat, and just rub a handful out." We just look at each other. Oh yeah, where you going? I'm just going to go rub a handful out. Yeah. Oh dear. Immature humour. It's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you all for coming. Those of you who came on the panel.
It's been a delight.
Yeah, Terry and Paul and Peter and Blue and Farmers and Carl lurking in his corner like usual, and Pip and No Names. Thank you all for coming. And also everybody out in the Peanut Gallery, Dora and Darkman and Brainery and Stu and
Bandy.
Oh yeah, especially Bandy.
Don't forget Bandy.
Can't forget Bandy. It's really, really great seeing Bandy and John Stock and Colon that we had. Colon was in there earlier and
82
and too many for my poor little brain to remember. I am so it fills me with so much joy that you have all come just to listen to us waffle on on my birthday. Oh, Latonya as well, and Boggs and Matt, Casual Matt, and Sable Eagle.
Mippet.
Mippet.
No, Mippet, you're definitely not forgettable. Just that my brain really struggles with names. I'm really glad that my two main carers both share the same first name.
That makes it easy.
They do that on purpose, Alan.
Bandy, don't forget Bandy.
No, you won't forget Bandy. I never forget Bandy. Bandy is always.
Bandy is Bandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he does. I know he doesn't really like to come in and talk very much anymore, but yeah, you're always welcome here, Bandy. We are always entertained when you come along.
Oh yes.
Oh, and Zep. Yeah, it's so much easier to remember the names when they're scrolling past on the live chat.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it does help. Yeah.
I'm in Tusk. Yeah.
Not
anyway,
bad,
I've got to say goodbye because I really have only got 40 minutes to get across to Latham's and buy my beer and milk.
Well, we're not holding you up. Off you go.
Many happy returns, Alan.
Yeah, happy birthday again, Alan.
Happy birthday, Alan.
Happy birthday, Alan.
Happy birthday.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, you're all welcome. Oh, and thank you, Terry, for actually running the whole stream for me.
Oh, you're welcome, Alan. Anytime.
Catch you on the next rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tomorrow
See you
night's
in
our
10
normal
minutes.
schedule stream where we're back to normal again.
And don't forget mine tonight. See y'all there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
9 to 9:30ish BST.
6:30 in the morning here in Australia.
Sorry.
Jeez.
Sorry. I keep saying I'm going to do an early morning one for you guys. I will.
Oh, Broomfondle 2 and Cubatech 77. Yeah, okay. I can remember. And Terry's going to hit the off button.
Yeah, I will.
Terry.
Good night, Peanuts.
Yeah,
Good night, Peanuts.
21:30, Dora. 21:30.
No special peanut tonight?
I was waiting to.
No, I don't have one for tonight.
Okay.
Right, Peanuts.
I've got to be careful. I've got to be careful with them, otherwise I'll run out for our show.
Yeah, keep those nuts in a special place. Yeah.